Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's nice to see the Honourable Lady and her colleagues have turned up for work today, even if that's in defiance of the Deputy Leader of the SNP, who thought they shouldn't bother coming. But I want to be clear on the resource spending, on the capital budget. The Scottish Government are able to divert their resource spending for capital infrastructure investments, and they also can borrow to enhance capital investments if they so choose.
Douglas Ross.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State is correct that the block grant from the UK Conservative Government to Scotland is the highest it's ever been. But despite that, just last week, the SNP Green Government pushed through their tax and axe budget in Scotland. So does my right honourable friend agree that the Nationalists have got the wrong priorities for Scotland, cutting services while increasing the income tax rates for anyone earning over £28,867?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I do agree with my honourable friend, and I'd further add that the Scottish Government's 6 tax bans, as opposed to the 3 tax bans that the UK Government have, are really holding Scotland back.
Shadow Minister Michael Shanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while the SNP and the Tories argue about the financial settlement between 2 governments, there are 2 things that they do agree on. Firstly, that working people should pay the price of this economic mess with raising tax to sky-high levels. And secondly, until at least today anyway, they agreed that oil and gas giants earning record profits shouldn't face a proper windfall tax, although it now seems like the SNP might be the only people holding out that position. So now the question is, who does the Secretary of State support? The Scottish Tory leader who's standing up in Holyrood today attacking an extension of the windfall tax, or the Chancellor, who we understand is about to announce exactly that?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my position has always been clear. I believe that the energy profits levy on the excess profits caused by Putin's illegal war in Ukraine was the right thing for the government to do, to give support to people with their cost of energy, the cost of living prices.
SNP spokesperson Gavin Newland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. He started so well. Can I agree with him on the Calcutta Cup? I was there to witness a historic occasion, and also in the World Athletics Championships in Glasgow as well. I actually played rugby with Jim Ireke's cousin for many, many years, so my congratulations to them. However, everything from that point on, from all sides of the House, has been absolute nonsense. At a time when many Scots are struggling to pay their energy or shopping bills due to the rampant inflation his government has presided over, and with inflation in the public sector running even higher, his government has cut the Scottish Government's funding in real terms again, and now Commons Library research shows the Scottish Block Grant will be at its lowest level of UK Government spending since the start of devolution. So, as the Secretary of State counts down the weeks to his departure, is he proud of his legacy?
Secretary of State.
That's a very easy one to answer, Mr. Speaker. I'm very proud of my legacy. Whether it's been rather like winning 4 Calcutta Cups, I've won in court with the Scottish Government 4 times, whether it's any number of things I'd like to list with my legacy, but importantly, it's a record block grant of £41 billion that the Scottish Government received, and on top of that, record Barnett consequentials, and another, because spending in Scotland is 25% higher per person than the average in the UK, that equates to an extra £8.5 billion.
Newland.
I had no idea, Mr. Speaker. We should all just be very grateful indeed for the largesse of the Secretary of State. But does that largesse extend to capital funding? Because capital funding to the Scottish Parliament hasn't just been cut, it's been slashed by 10% on his watch. That's money that could have been used to invest in hospitals, schools and infrastructure, about to be frittered away by the Chancellor on a sickening pre-election bribe that will buy precisely no one. Will he finally accept that it's his government's bust austerity that is driving public services to the edge? And does he support tax cuts at a time when even Tory voters know that increased public investment is required?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, this is nonsense. Austerity is not a thing under this government, not a thing at all. No, absolutely not. Departmental spending, and this is the point the SNP don't acknowledge. Departmental spending throughout this Parliament has grown by 3.2% on average. That's the simple truth.
Christine Jardine.
Question number 2, please.
That's easy.
Mr. Speaker, I've had frequent and recent discussions with the Foreign Secretary on the Scottish Government's international relations policy. Foreign affairs are reserved for the United Kingdom Government, and we have been clear to the Scottish Government that they must respect this.
Thank you very much. First of all, can I associate myself with the Secretary of State's comments about the Scottish victory in the Calcutta Cup? But does he share my concern that these recent forays into international relations by the SNP are not only inappropriate because it is a reserved matter, but potentially damaging both to important relationships between Scotland's two governments and, critically, to UK foreign policy at a time when we have international tensions at a height we haven't seen since the Cold War?
Mr. Speaker, I do agree with the honourable lady. It's very important that the United Kingdom Government speaks with one voice, and the United Kingdom is seen to speak with one voice on foreign affairs. And I note, Mr. Speaker, that Angus Robertson has produced another independence document this week, and it is on foreign affairs and defence. And a lot of nonsense in there too. They want to join the NATO nuclear alliance, but they want to get rid of the nuclear deterrent. They want to join the EU, but not the Euro. They want to have a Scottish spy agency. Some are referring to it as the Sleekit Service, with agents heading across Europe in their motorhomes that are bulletproof. Mr. Speaker, all nonsense, a complete waste of taxpayers' money.
Gregory Campbell. Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say I have had discussions with the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland about maximising trade links now the Northern Ireland Executive has been restored. What's more, the United Kingdom Government has committed to establishing the East-West Council. This will identify opportunities for deepening connections between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom, including the scope for extending the Northern Ireland Investment Zone, which may bring benefits, I hope, to Stranraer and Cairnryan.
Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister ensure that business bodies in Scotland are fully aware of, for example, the new Intertrade UK body, so that they can see that business can prosper between Northern Ireland and Scotland? And also, very importantly, will he ensure that people can see the improvement in business trade flows between Scotland and Northern Ireland in 6 months' time compared to 6 months ago?
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as set out in the command paper, the UK Government is working to establish Intertrade UK, and this will fulfil our pledge to grow the economy by ensuring that businesses large and small can make the most of the East-West trading opportunities. And implementing the Windsor framework in the command paper, the government's priorities, and we will, I say to the honourable gentleman, we will provide an update in very close time.
And it's going to go.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. With permission, Mr. Speaker, I will answer questions 4, 5 and 9 together. We prioritise bringing inflation down, the key to reducing cost of living pressures. We delivered on the Prime Minister's promise by more than halving it. In addition, the UK Government supported households with a package worth £104 billion, or an average £3,700 per household across the United Kingdom, including in Scotland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, families in my homeland are reeling from the cost of living crisis as both the Tory UK Government and the SNP Scottish Government have jointly loaded them with the highest tax burden in 70 years. Does the Minister agree it's time that both governments stopped going round in circles, left the dance and cleared the floor for Labour governments to sort out their sorry mess?
Mr. Speaker, well, I do not agree with the honourable gentleman's conclusions. Thanks to this government, 2.4 million workers in Scotland benefited from £340 back in their pockets thanks to the national insurance cut in January. But I would agree that I don't agree with the SNP government's approach to tax in Scotland, making Scotland the highest tax part of the United Kingdom.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Scottish rail fares are set to rise by 8.7% next month, and this eye-watering fare hike will hit Scots hard during a cost of living crisis and push Scotland's rail service into a spiral of decline. Does the Minister not agree that we need affordable fares to help people through the cost of living crisis and encourage more people to travel by train?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I would certainly agree that we should do all we can to encourage people to travel by by train. The Scottish Government's approach to ScotRail perhaps might discourage that, but I'm happy to meet the honourable member to discuss this.
Stephen Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Recent findings from the Trussell Trust have revealed that 32% of people claiming universal credit in Scotland have fallen into debt because they couldn't pay essential bills. Does the Minister agree with me that the people of Scotland and the people of Britain shouldn't be made to pay for SNP and Tory failures?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since we're in 2021-2022, there are 1.7 million fewer people in absolute poverty after housing costs than what there were in 2009-2010, including 400,000 fewer children. So I certainly believe this government is taking lots of action to address poverty, particularly in work poverty. But I would agree that making Scotland the highest tax part of the UK does not help with that.
John Stevenson.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, would the Minister agree that putting up taxes in the way that the SNP are doing at present will do nothing to help with the cost of living? But would he also further agree that if they continue in this trajectory of increasing taxes, more and more Scots will want to leave and come to places like Carlisle, where of course they will be very welcome?
Mr. Speaker, due to the SNP tax rises in Scotland, anyone earning over £28,867 will pay more income tax than those people living in England. Certainly from my own experience representing a Borders constituency, there is increasing evidence of people choosing to live south of the border rather than in the high tax Scottish jurisdiction, and with my discussions with STEM businesses, they increasingly find it difficult to recruit in Scotland because of the aggressive high tax policies of the SNP.
Shadow Secretary of State Ian Murray.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Regardless of what the Chancellor announces today, we're in the highest taxing-raising Parliament in history, and this is a consequence of the Minister's government's failure over 14 years. Ordinary hard-working Scots did not cause this economic crisis. The government did, but they are being made to pay for it. There have been 25 Tory tax rises since the last election, and the average family is much worse off as a result. So does the Minister agree with the Institute for Fiscal Studies that even after today's budget, the overall tax burden on working people will still reach record levels?
Mr. Speaker, well, clearly I'm not going to speculate on what the Chancellor will be announcing shortly, but I would just remind the honourable gentleman that 2.4 million workers in Scotland have benefited from £340 going back into their pockets thanks to the changes to national insurance which have already been announced. In relation to his wider points about the tax burden, we should not forget the reason why, as a consequence of the huge interventions the government made to support workers and families and communities and businesses during the pandemic, and we're having to repay that. But that saved jobs and saved many businesses from going under during the COVID pandemic.
Ian Murray.
The Chancellor says today working people will still be paying a much higher tax burden at the end of this Parliament, and it will reach record levels. And shockingly, the tax burden in Scotland is even higher. Anyone in Scotland earning more than £29,000 per year is paying more tax after the SNP voted for yet another income tax rise on working people. That means we're in the absurd position in Scotland of the SNP raising taxes on nurses and teachers whilst opposing Labour's plan for an extended windfall tax on the oil and gas giants. We even hear the leader of the Scottish Conservatives threaten to resign last night on potentially another U-turn from the Chancellor on the windfall tax. So doesn't the Minister accept that the best thing to happen now would be for this circus to be brought to an end and for the Prime Minister to call the election?
As I said to the honourable gentleman earlier, I'm not going to speculate on the contents of the budget, but when the election comes, Mr. Speaker, the voters of Scotland will have a very clear choice: a party that's going to stand up for Scotland's place within a strong United Kingdom, or the Scottish National Party which wants another referendum. I'm unclear what the Labour Party has to offer.
Alistair Carmichael.
Number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We want all farmers to get a fair price for their products, and the Government is committed to tackling contractual unfairness that exists in the agri-food supply chain. We will use the powers in the Agriculture Act 2020 whenever necessary. At the NFU conference, the Prime Minister announced the UK Farm to Food Summits would be an annual event. This will help strengthen the joint working by government and external partners to support a prosperous agri-food sector.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister should be aware that his colleagues in DEFRA have recently concluded a consultation on contractual relationships in the fresh produce industry. At a time when 23% of dairy farmers doubt that they will continue in business into 2025, will he impress on his colleagues in DEFRA and the Department of Trade that action now in relation to that consultation is urgent?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as a Borders farmer's son, I completely understand the invaluable work that farmers and crofters do to put food on our tables across Scotland and indeed across the United Kingdom. And this government will continue to support the agriculture and food production sector. Scotland Office Ministers regularly attend the Interministerial Group for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, along with representatives from the devolved administrations. This group oversees how changes to price, supply and trade affect our markets, and will continue to take whatever action is necessary to support this important sector.
Smith.
Question number 7.
Mr. Speaker, our union is strong. Scotland's contribution, yes it is. Scotland's contribution to the United Kingdom is beyond doubt, and this government's commitment to Scotland is without question. From free ports and investment zones to the record block grant and the £1.5 billion for the 12 city and region growth deals, we deliver for Scotland.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. SNP MPs have been disengaged from Westminster for years. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that it's a disgrace that their deputy leader has said should they win seats at the next general election they will not engage? Does he agree with me that members elected to this House should turn up and do their jobs?
Secretary of State.
I do agree with the Honourable Lady.
Davis.
3 years ago, on the 16th of March 2021, we had a debate in this House on precisely the subject of this question. At the time, I was concerned Nicola Sturgeon's government were covering up interference in the complaints process against the First Minister. Since then, in defiance of the Information Commissioner and of a court order, they've continued to cover up. Can the Cabinet Secretary look at whether the Ministerial Code and the Civil Service Code have been broken in this context?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I would say to my right honourable friend that he should write to the Cabinet Secretary and ask him to do that very thing.
Richard Graham.
Mr. Speaker, successive energy ministers have hugely... Number eight.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government is firmly committed to supporting Scotland's marine energy sector to grow. Around 80% of tidal stream contracts awarded through contracts for difference in the last 2 rounds were deployed, will be deployed in Scotland. In addition, Horizon Europe selected 2 Scottish-based UK tidal stream developers to develop projects in Orkney. They will lead to construction on 2 £17 million projects funded by the UK Government's financial guarantee.
Richard Graham.
Yeah, I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister, and he knows that successive energy ministers have hugely helped the development of the marine energy sector in Scotland as elsewhere in the United Kingdom. Would my honourable friend agree with me that there is an opportunity in the next round of renewables auction to allow for wave technologies alongside tidal stream technologies? And will he also encourage the Scottish Government to speed up approvals of the sites so that we can get great green energy projects started as soon as possible in Scotland as elsewhere?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for my honourable friend for that important question. The Government is undertaking an analysis of the technology pipeline available for contracts for difference auction round 6 against our legal obligation to ensure the auction round is competitive. We are considering the appropriate parameters for all technologies, including tidal stream and wave energy. Final parameters will be published in the budget notice this month ahead of the auction round opening.
Dave Dougan.
The Sea Star tidal farm off the coast of Orkney is set to be the largest tidal energy farm anywhere in the world and was supported by EU funding through the European Marine Energy Centre. This comes after Edinburgh University's report finds that the UK government can save hundreds of millions of pounds by bringing forward the development of tidal by years if it worked closer with its EU partners. It's quite clear that the EU's role in this in Europe and around Scotland is very important. So if Scotland is better together with anyone, isn't it better together with the EU and its investment in tidal?
Mr. Speaker, what a load of nonsense from the honourable member. Scotland is much better served by being part of the United Kingdom and will continue to support all renewable energy sectors, including tidal.
Jamie Stone.
Number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government recognises the invaluable work that all NHS workers do. I see this every day of the week in my own constituency in the Scottish Borders. That's why the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care has written to the Scottish Government regarding working together to reduce patient waiting times. We continue to be open to exploring this further.
Mr. Speaker, I have a lady constituent who suffers from a rare and dangerous condition called subglottal stenosis. There is only one clinic that has expertise to treat this condition, and it is in London. And yet our local health board is refusing to refer her. They say they can offer another treatment, but it is thought to be less safe and possibly not very effective. So can I ask, what steps is the government taking to ensure that patients, regardless of which side of the border they live, will get the best possible treatment?
Here, Jim.
Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'm regularly reminded, particularly as a border, as an MP for the borders, of the need of healthcare that benefits on either side of the border, particularly cross-border working with the NHS. Local people in the borders often get treatment faster and easier because of it. Sadly, the honourable member has highlighted a real problem with Scotland's NHS thanks to the mismanagement by the SNP government of Edinburgh, particularly of rural health services. Now, he's identified a very distressing case for his constituent, and I'm very happy to write to the Scottish Government along with him to raise this case with them.
Theresa Villiers.
Question 11, please, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Scotland Office ministers have banged the drum tirelessly to promote the Scottish food and drink industry overseas, including on trade missions in Europe, India, the United States of America and Vietnam. In Vietnam, sales of Scotch whisky have already increased fourfold and are still growing, Mr. Speaker. And I was delighted to discuss what more can be done to improve trade links and market access with the Vietnamese government during my recent visit.
Scotland's farming and fish sector produces some of the finest produce in the world, so will the Secretary of State do all he can to promote the sale of Scottish smoked salmon abroad as a premium product known the world over?
Secretary of State.
Well, I think I heard smoked salmon, Mr. Speaker, and it's not just smoked salmon. The most recent figures show that Scotland's world-leading food and drink sector accounted for 29% of all UK food and drink exports. To help the sector continue to flourish, this government has secured trade agreements with 71 non-EU countries and the EU, and the total UK trade with these partners is worth £808 billion.
Shannon.
Thank the Minister for that answer. Minister, the Scotland's food exports have shown...
The order. Mr Cunningham, sit down. Jim Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Scotland's food exports, some of those companies have been prevented of trading with Northern Ireland. There is now an Intertrade UK body set up as a result of the discussions that have taken place. Can I ask the Minister this question? What is the Minister and his department doing to ensure that those companies who have stopped trading are encouraged to start trading again with Northern Ireland?
Secretary of State.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that in the UK command paper, we've setting up the East-West Council, and the East-West Council will work to bring around those solutions.
Jim Blackburn.
Question number 12, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
I'm popular today, Mr. Speaker. The UK Government is working tirelessly to maximise opportunities following our departure from the European Union. Scotland continues to punch above its weight, both in exports of goods and services and foreign direct investment, and I'm delighted to be able to say that trade is now well above pre-Brexit levels.
Mr Speaker, Scotland has been hammered by Westminster's imposition of a hard Brexit, with the Scottish salmon industry alone suffering additional £12 million of Brexit red tape costs. Across every sector of Scotland's economy, Brexit has added red tape costs, limited access to vital workers and limited markets. Is the Secretary of State proud of his legacy and includes a deliberate and avoidable undermining of Scotland's economy?
Mr Speaker, as the honourable gentleman will appreciate, our departure from the EU has allowed us to forge new relationships. Consequently, Scotland's exports are performing well, up 13%.
David Doig. Very much, Mr Speaker. Will friend join me in welcoming the completion of fisheries negotiations with Faroe, resulting in 2,200 tonnes of fishing quota, mostly for the Scottish fleet? And will he also agree that since the UK became an independent coastal state, the Scottish fleet and those who negotiate on their behalf, including the SNP, Scottish Government ministers and their officials, have a far stronger voice in these annual negotiations than if the SNP had their way and went back into the EU and the common fisheries policy?
My honourable friend is a great champion for the fishing industry, and I completely agree with him.
We now come to Prime Minister's questions, but we are joined today in the gallery by the Speaker of the Supreme Council of the Kyrgyz Republic. I now call Charlotte Nichols.
Number 1, please, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, this morning I had meetings with ministerial colleagues and others. In addition to my duties in this House, including listening to the Chancellor's budget statement, I shall have further such meetings later today.
Charlotte Nichols.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The UK used to be a world leader in psilocybin research, but despite the calls from the Home Affairs Select Committee, leading researchers, charities and veterans organisations and the Royal College of Psychiatrists, we've shamefully fallen behind on breakthrough treatment for conditions like PTSD and depression, causing misery to millions of people in our country. Can the Prime Minister explain why this policy remains the responsibility of a Home Office that can't give it the attention it deserves, and why it's okay that American, Canadian and Australian patients can access treatment British patients can't?
Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, I completely sympathise and understand why people suffering from distressing conditions will want to seek the best possible treatment available, and I thank the Honourable Lady for raising the issue. We are committed to ensuring that the UK is a world-leading jurisdiction for pharmaceutical, clinical and other medical research, and we have in fact asked the Advisory Council on the Misuse of Drugs to review barriers to legitimate medical research involving controlled drugs such as psilocybin. Our response to the Council's recommendations, I'm pleased to tell the Honourable Lady, will be published as soon as possible.
Dr. Curran.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituency has a long and proud history of farming, with generations of the same family helping to feed our nation. And not since World War II have we been so aware of how important food security is to our national security. So will the Prime Minister update the House on what his government is doing to support our fantastic farmers?
Mr Speaker, as I set out at the NFU conference just a couple of weeks ago, we will always back British farmers to continue to produce fantastic food. We're accelerating that plan with the largest package of grants ever, and indeed one of those new schemes opens just today, supporting farmers with up to £125,000 towards the purchase of new equipment and technology. Our schemes in England are all about more choice, Mr Speaker, not less, and unlike Labour in Wales, we will never introduce top-down arbitrary targets that damage farm incomes, damage our food security and take farmers back to square one.
We now come to the Leader of the Opposition, Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 3 years ago, Sarah Everard was walking home when she was abducted and murdered by a serving police officer who should have been trusted to keep her safe. As a father, I can't imagine the pain her parents, her family and her friends are going through in this difficult anniversary week. Lady Angelina's report exposes the appalling failure in police vetting and in misconduct processes. And I'm very troubled by its conclusion that there is, and I'm going to quote it, nothing to stop another cousin's operating in plain sight. How can that be the case 3 years on from this horrendous crime?
Well, Mr. Speaker, can I firstly say that I'm sure all members of the House will have been thinking about Sarah Everard in recent weeks. It was, as the Honourable Gentleman said, an absolutely shocking case, and the abuse of power in particular was appalling. That's why we took action quickly, Mr. Speaker, to strengthen police vetting, strengthen the rules for rooting out officers who are not fit to serve, and conducted the largest ever screening of all serving officers and staff. We're now ensuring that any officer who has been charged for a crime will be suspended from duty automatically until their case is concluded, and we will thoroughly consider all of the report's recommendations and respond in full.
The Prime Minister mentions vetting, and I just want to press on that because serious failures in police vetting were raised in independent reports as long ago as 2012, 2019, 2022 and 2023. And that's why Labour's been arguing for mandatory national vetting standards, which would stop anybody with a history of domestic abuse or sexual offending being allowed to join the police in the first place. Why are mandatory national vetting standards not already in place?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it is vital for public confidence that those that are not fit to wear the badge are rooted out of the police and not able to join in the first place. That's why the College of Policing has updated its existing statutory code on vetting, and that happened quickly. And in addition, the Policing Inspectorate, Mr. Speaker, carried out a rapid inspection of all forces' progress against the previous findings. And in addition to that, an entire check against the National Police Database was carried out for all serving officers and staff.
Mr. Speaker, I'm obviously very familiar with codes in criminal justice systems, but this is too serious for that. There's a world of difference between a code and binding mandatory standards, which don't have legal effect, and that should trouble members across the House. Cousin's history of sexual offending stretched back many years. On 4 occasions, despite allegations of indecent exposure, he wasn't sacked. We know indecent exposure is a gateway to more horrific crimes, as was tragically shown to be the case not only in Sarah Everard's case, but also Libby Squire. But it's not treated with the seriousness required. The Angelina report recommends reviewing all indecent exposure allegations against serving officers in order to identify, investigate and remove those officers from service. Now, given the obvious urgency of this recommendation, can the Prime Minister give a categorical assurance that it will be implemented immediately?
Mr. Speaker, as the Home Secretary addressed this specifically when he made his statement, indecent exposure, just like any other kind of sexually motivated crime, is abhorrent. And we expect police chiefs to take it extremely seriously. We fully expect police chiefs to suspend an officer charged with any kind of sexually motivated crime. And it's worth pointing out, in addition to the new powers that the Home Secretary outlined about automatic suspension, Chief Constables already do have existing powers to suspend any officer in their force when allegations are made, and we fully expect them to use those powers.
It's all fine, is it? It's all okay?
Well, I do think the recommendation I referred to should be implemented urgently, and I ask the Prime Minister to look again at that, because every day that goes past when it isn't implemented carries risk for victims in these cases. Sarah Everard's murder should, of course, been a watershed moment on policing reform, on the criminal justice system, on violence against women and girls. But the sad reality is that victims of rape who have the courage and bravery to come forward have just a 2.4% chance of their perpetrators being caught and charged within the year. How does the Prime Minister expect women to have confidence in the criminal justice system when almost all rapists don't see the inside of a courtroom?
Mr. Speaker, as we acknowledged a couple of years ago, of course we need to do more to improve rape outcomes in the criminal justice system. And the Rape Action Review Plan, is showing considerable progress, Mr. Speaker. We've already increased We've already increased the average sentences for rape by a third since Labour were last in office, Mr. Speaker. By the way, using a power that the Labour Party voted against in this House. And thanks to our action plan, we've seen police referrals double, charges double, and last year there was a 50% increase in rape convictions, and now rapists will serve every single day of their sentence behind bars. And the honourable gentleman did raise his time at the Crown Prosecution Service, but he hasn't acknowledged that under his tenure, rape convictions actually dropped.
Well, the Prime Minister knows that is going to be fact-checked. He also knows I support tough sentences. I really do think that the victims of violence against women and girls deserve better than this nonsense from the Prime Minister. It needs to be taken seriously. It's not games, Prime Minister. We all want more victims to come forward, but we have to be honest. Unless things change, the criminal justice system will continue to fail them. That's why we're committed to introducing specialist rape and sexual offences teams in every force to give victims specialist support and confidence that their experience will be investigated properly. When will the Prime Minister commit to doing the same?
Mr. Speaker, we've already implemented a rape action review plan. He says we're taking this seriously. Here are the things that we have done, Mr. Speaker. We have ended the appalling digital strip search that victims had to go through with their mobile phones. We've ensured that there's better use of pre-recorded cross-examination. We've rolled out Operation Sorteria with incredible success across all national police forces, and we have increased significantly the number of independent sexual domestic violence and abuse advisors to up to 1,000, and there is more specialist training in all police forces for these prosecutions. That is a plan that we've already put in place. It's a plan that is working to ensure that we can keep women and girls in our country safe.
Mr. Speaker, the problem is the rosy picture the Prime Minister tries to paint of the current criminal justice system is completely at odds with the confidence many women currently have in it. And with the publication of the Angelina report, the country deserves to know that we're doing all we can to make our country safe for women. That starts with what should be the most basic task, creating a safe workplace here in Westminster. And at the moment, as everyone in this House knows, we are failing in that endeavour, and we all have a duty to change this. So when will he make time for the vote on banning from Parliament MPs who face allegations of sex offences?
Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it is absolutely right that we ensure our communities are safe for women and girls. That's why we passed the landmark Domestic Abuse Act. That's why we set up a new 24/7 victim support line. It's why we've quadrupled funding for victim support, and why we are investing in practical things like CCTV and better street lighting in safer communities up and down the country. Now, of course, there is always more we can do, but this government has a strong track record in ensuring that women across this country will feel safe.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want the Prime Minister to know that the people of Romford are struggling with ever-increasing energy prices, yet providers are making huge profits, running into hundreds of millions. So, does the Prime Minister agree with me that reductions in wholesale prices should be passed on to the consumers and standing charges brought down? And will the government hold utility companies to account for their actions?
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is right to highlight the challenge that high energy bills have posed, not just to his constituents in Romford, but across the country. That's why we stepped in with a significant package of support, paying for around half of a typical household energy bill when prices were at their highest. My honourable friend, I know, will join me in welcoming the fact that the energy price cap is set to fall by almost £250 in April, which will bring relief to many families, but we must hold companies to account, and that's why we introduced the energy profits levy on the windfall profits caused by an unexpected increase in energy prices, and we are going further to cut costs for people by cutting their taxes and putting more money in their family bank accounts.
SNP Leader Stephen Flynn.
Mr. Speaker, much to my surprise this morning, it's been widely reported that the Conservative Party in Scotland are absolutely furious that Westminster is about to tax Scotland's natural resources in order to pay for a tax cut in England. Mr. Speaker, is the Prime Minister in danger of turning his colleagues into nationalists?
Mr. Speaker, obviously I wouldn't comment on the budget, but what I would say is, when I was in Scotland last week, it was crystal clear. There has only ever been one party consistently standing up for the North Sea energy industry, and it's the Scottish Conservatives.
The Prime Minister knows that not to be the case, but there's a serious point to be made here, Mr. Speaker. The Conservative Party want to use Scotland's natural resources to pay for tax cuts in England. The Labour Party want to use Scotland's natural resources to pay for nuclear power stations in England, and the cost of that up to 100,000 jobs. Scotland's wealth, Scotland's resources, Scotland's jobs, all again to Westminster. But with the Tories on just 15% in the polls in Scotland now, will the Prime Minister do us all a favour and call a general election?
Mr. Speaker, the honourable gentleman claims to be supportive of the North Sea energy industry. Why is it that he's opposed all the measures that we have taken to protect those jobs in Scotland over the past couple of years? He talks about tax in Scotland and England. I'll just gently point out to him that thanks to the actions of the Chancellor and this UK government, everyone in Scotland has received a significant tax cut from January this year. And in contrast to the Chancellor's last budget, the SNP's budget put taxes up for working Scots. Scotland is now the high tax capital of the UK, but this Conservative government is going to keep cutting taxes for hard-working Scots.
The government is rightly acting to properly compensate the Horizon victims who are highlighted by Alan Bates's legal challenge. However, there are thousands more sub-postmasters across the country who are not actually prosecuted, but who faced financial penalties for bogus shortfalls, causing enormous financial and personal distress to them. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that we should now be doing everything possible to do right by all victims of gross miscarriage of justice, clear their names, and at last properly financially compensate them?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right to highlight the appalling impact this miscarriage of justice has had on people's mental health. As he acknowledged, our focus is on delivering justice for the postmasters, and that's why we will introduce legislation to overturn convictions and pave the way for the swift payment of compensation, which he acknowledged. But I thank my honourable friend for his long-standing campaign on this issue about mental health, and I can assure him that the Postal Minister is closely examining the issues he raises. He's considering next steps and will keep the right honourable gentleman closely informed.
Sir Geoffrey Donalds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister will be aware that the Government's proposals to deal with the legacy of our troubled past in Northern Ireland continue to be the subject of scrutiny, most recently in the High Court ruling in relation to compatibility with our human rights obligations. And yet, many families of victims in Northern Ireland are deeply disappointed with the lack of cooperation by the Irish Government in relation to murders committed in their jurisdiction or from their jurisdiction. In relation to the Omagh bomb inquiry, for example, the Irish Government has declined to conduct a public inquiry on this worst atrocity in our troubled past, despite the courts urging it to do so. Will the Prime Minister continue to press the Irish Government on the need for them to make available facilities to enable the families of innocent victims, including in Omagh, to pursue justice for their loved ones?
Can I thank my honourable friend for his question on this important topic, which I know will be of great interest not just to his constituents but many others across Northern Ireland. The Government has set forward its plans to deal with the legacy of the past and will continue to engage with everyone in Northern Ireland, whatever their views, to set out the best way forward. But I can confirm to him that the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland has raised these specific issues directly with the Irish government and will continue to do so. And I also spoke to the Taoiseach myself about this very matter. We would hope to see further cooperation on OMA and many other outstanding cases that involve Irish jurisdiction, because like him, I want to give families as much information as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Putin's put the Russian economy on a total war footing. He has increased military spending by 68% to 7.5% of GDP. He claimed this month that over 520,000 new jobs have been created in their arms industry, which now employs an estimated 3.5 million Russians. On my recent visits to Ukraine, I've met with government ministers and senior military figures who have expressed great frustration to me about the length of time it is taking to develop collaboration in building a defence manufacturing capability jointly with UK defence companies in Ukraine. So will my honourable friend meet with me to discuss how we can unblock the bureaucracy and, as our Ukrainian friends say, build the arsenal of the free world together?
Well, I can reassure my honourable friend that we remain steadfast in our support for Ukraine, and we will not allow Putin to achieve his aim of eradicating Ukrainian freedom and democracy. Our cross-government task force is working diligently to support both the armed forces of Ukraine and lead UK and Ukrainian defence industrial cooperation. I'm pleased to say in December last year we conducted our first successful trade mission to Ukraine alongside the UK defence industry, but I can tell him that the government and UK industry will continue to work hand in glove with our Ukrainian allies, seizing the opportunities for collaboration and bolstering our joint defence industries.
Stringer.
Mr. Speaker, last week the IPPR published a paper, The State of the North. That paper predicted that wealth inequalities, already too large between the North and the South East, would increase to nearly £250,000 per head by the end of this decade. Does the Prime Minister accept that his levelling up agenda has failed, or did he never want it to succeed?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, inequality in our country has actually declined under this Conservative government. And when it comes to levelling up in the North, it's actually the North that has received some of the highest amounts of per capita levelling up funding of any region in the country. And I know when he last popped up to ask me a question about our investment in the North, I was wondering if he's managed to get an answer as to what exactly the Labour Party's position on HS2 is. Because I'd still like to know, because what we're doing is taking that money and reinvesting every penny of it across the North in forms of transportation that people use every day, delivering benefits quicker to communities not just in his constituency, but across the entire North, and it's been warmly welcomed everywhere that I've been.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my right honourable friend agree that the performance of the Labour Party in voting down our Rwanda bill in the House of Lords is a disgrace? It is only the Conservative government and the Conservatives who have a plan for dealing with illegal immigration and the people smuggling. Action on illegal immigration is a top priority in my constituency, and Labour has no policy or plan on this at all.
Well, Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend makes an excellent point. He knows, like I know, that if you want to fully stop the boats, you need to have a working deterrent. That means if someone comes here illegally, you must be able to remove them to a safe third country alternative. That's why the Rwanda scheme is so important, and that's why we're determined to see it through. But it was just in the last week an independent report was published talking about the Labour Party's policies in this area, which made it crystal clear that they don't have a plan to stop the boats, and in fact their idea would see the UK accept hundreds of thousands more migrants.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Which part of his economic legacy is the Prime Minister most proud of? Is it presiding over the highest tax burden since the Second World War? Or is it delivering the slowest real wage growth since the Napoleonic War?
Mr. Speaker, saving 10 million jobs in the pandemic with the furlough scheme.
The Prime Minister will know that there is consensus across this House on the need to build new houses. Where that consensus breaks down is where those houses should be built. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that wherever possible, new houses should be built on brownfield sites, not on green spaces, not on greenfield, and certainly not on prime farmland?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. It's sustainable planning that must be at the heart of our planning system, and that's why we're committed to meeting the needs of communities by building homes in the right places and, as he says, making best use of brownfield land. We've made it clear that that's what should be the priority. We've put extra funding aside to unlock those sites, and our recent changes to the MPPF provide clearer protection for the Greenbelt, making it clear how future housing supply should be assessed. And that is the clear difference between our two parties. On this side of the House, we will protect the Greenbelt, and the Labour Party will concrete right all over it.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, in some jurisdictions, ministers routinely publish their tax returns. The Prime Minister voluntarily published his UK tax returns last year. Does the Prime Minister agree that ministers of the Crown should publish their tax returns as a matter of course? And has he ever filed any returns in the USA that have not been published?
Mr. Speaker, I don't think that would be proportionate or appropriate. And what I've done is... I don't think it would be proportionate for all ministers to publish their tax returns. In keeping with the long-standing tradition, I voluntarily published my tax return, as did the Chancellor. I think that is the right balance, and I've been completely transparent about that as I've done it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, a number of us were on the first transatlantic flight powered by sustainable aviation fuel. This week, IAG made its first major purchase of that fuel. But that fuel is coming from the United States. And it's really important that we have a SAF industry in this country. So will the Prime Minister tell the Treasury and the Department of Transport to accelerate the work they're doing, to put in place the right framework and the right support mechanisms to ensure we have a SAF industry for our aviation sector for the future?
Can I first of all thank my honourable friend for his championing of this cause, which I think is absolutely right, and reassure him that we are committed to ensuring that the SAF mandate is in place in 2025. That will require about 10% of jet fuel to be made from sustainable feedstock by 2030. And to get there, we've provided, I'm pleased to tell him, £135 million to 13 different UK sustainable aviation fuel projects to kickstart our domestic industry. And, which he also knows is important, we've committed to introducing a revenue certainty mechanism to support SAF production in the UK as soon as practically possible.
Sam Dixon.
Thank you. Chester's 2,000-year-old Roman walls are an important historic monument of world renown. Will the PM join me in Chester to walk the walls and explore how the government can support the upkeep of these important structures, which, unlike the Conservative Party, are stable, solid, and in no danger of imminent collapse?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I join the honourable lady in paying tribute to the history of her local community, and I'm pleased that the City of Chester is benefiting from so much investment from the Conservative government so that it can maintain its local infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 5 weeks ago, Conservative MPs from across South East London and Kent wrote to Transport for London and the Labour Mayor of London, calling on them to do the right thing following the botched implementation of a temporary 40-mile-an-hour speed limit on the A20 near Sidcup, which has seen thousands of drivers unfairly issued fines and points on their licence. This has left many drivers, including carers, emergency service workers and teachers, at risk of losing their licences and jobs. This is despite travelling less than 50-mile-an-hour zones. Does the Prime Minister agree with me that TfL, the Met Police and Sadiq Khan must come clean about the number of fines and cancel these issued points?
Can I thank my honourable friend for this question, and I do understand the concerns that local drivers have over this ongoing TfL issue. Whilst we're doing everything we can to back motorists across the country, it is disappointing that the Labour Mayor and indeed Labour-run Wales are hammering drivers at every opportunity, whether that's temporary speed limits or blanket 20-mile-an-hour zones or the ULEZ expansion. But I will make sure that my honourable friend has a meeting with a responsible minister to discuss his concerns.
Judith Cummins.
Mr. Speaker, to strengthen current spiking legislation, forensic evidence is essential. The NHS does not have uniform policy for the screening of suspected victims of spiking at A&E. We can pass all the laws we want in this place, but to achieve justice, this forensic evidence is vital. Will the Prime Minister commit to ensuring that hospital emergency departments have a statutory obligation to take forensic samples from these victims?
I agree with the Honourable Lady that spiking is an appalling, violating crime which seriously undermines public safety, particularly the safety of women and girls, and we want to make sure that the existing laws recognise the threat that spiking poses, and that's why at the end of last year we announced a raft of new measures to confront spiking and support victims, including changing the law to make it clear without any doubt that spiking is illegal, as well as other measures like an online reporting tool, investing in research and rapid testing kits, and training for bar staff. But I'll ensure that we look into the issue that she raises and write back to her.
Final question, Ben Bradley.
This winter, flood and storm damage has caused significant damage to the infrastructure in and around my Mansfield constituency. That's our roads, it's our drains, it's flood infrastructure, and this is among the highest concern that residents raise with me on a regular basis. I'm really grateful that from next year in particular, there's very significant infrastructure funding coming our way. But what can my right honourable friend do to help fix this for my constituents now?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased that in 2020 we announced that we would double our flood investment to a record £5.2 billion, and in Nottinghamshire since 2010 we've invested over £50 million to protect 15,000 properties, and I know currently there is a programme in Mansfield which is looking at surface water and drainage improvements, but I will make sure that I talk to the Chancellor that we have a strong economy to keep investing in local infrastructure in his area, and that's exactly what we're about to hear from my right honourable friend in just a second.
Completes Prime Minister's questions.
There you go. Gracefully, Mom turns up.
Order! Order! Before I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer, I remind honourable members that copies of the budget resolutions will be available to them from the vote office in members' lobby and online at the end of the Chancellor's statement. I also remind honourable members that interventions are not taken during the Chancellor's statement, nor during the replies of the Leader of the Opposition, or indeed of the spokesman for the Scottish National Party. I'm hoping that the hubbub on my right here is going to die down and some politeness will prevail before I call the Chancellor. Mr. Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Madam Deputy Speaker, as we mourn the tragic loss of life in Israel and Gaza, the Prime Minister reminded us last week of the need to fight extremism and heal divisions. So I start today by remembering the Muslims who died in 2 world wars in the service of freedom and democracy. We need a memorial to honour them, so following representations from the Right Honourable Member for Bromsgrove and others, I've decided to allocate £1 million towards the cost of building one. Whatever your faith or colour or class, this country will never forget the sacrifices made for our future. Madam Deputy Speaker, in recent times the UK and the UK economy has dealt with a financial crisis, a pandemic and an energy shock caused by war in Europe. Yet despite the most challenging economic headwinds in modern history, under Conservative governments since 2010, growth has been higher than every large European economy. Unemployment has halved Absolute poverty has gone down, and there are 800 more people in jobs for every single day that we've been in office. Of course, interest rates remain high as we bring down inflation. But because of the progress we've made, because we are delivering the Prime Minister's economic priorities, we can now help families. Not just with temporary cost of living support, but with permanent cuts in taxation. We do this to give much needed help in challenging times, but also because Conservatives know lower taxes mean higher growth. And higher growth means more opportunity, more prosperity, and more funding for our precious public services. But if we want that growth...
What? The Chancellor has hardly said anything. Order! You can't get excited yet. Now, other people want to hear what the Chancellor has to say, and it's matters. So, we'll have a bit of good behaviour, please. Chancellor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If we want that growth to lead to higher wages and higher living standards for every family in every corner of the country, it cannot come from unlimited migration. It can only come by building a high-wage, high-skill economy, not just higher GDP, but higher GDP per head. And that is the difference with the party opposite. Their plans destroy jobs, reduce opportunities, and risk family finances with spending that pushes up taxes. Instead of going back to square one, the policies I announced today mean more investment, more jobs, better public services and lower taxes in a budget for long-term growth. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I start with the updated forecasts from the OBR, for which I thank Richard Hughes and his team. First, inflation. When the Prime Minister and I came to office, it was 11%. The latest figures show... I know the party opposite struck...
No, this is not amusing anymore. We need to hear what the Chancellor has to say. I can tell who's making the noise, and you simply won't get a chance to speak later. So that's the end of it. Chancellor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. When the Prime Minister and I came to office, inflation was 11%, but the latest figures show it is now 4%, more than meeting our pledge to halve it last year. And today's forecasts from the OBR show it falling below the 2% target in just a few months' time, nearly a whole year earlier than forecast in the autumn statement. That didn't happen by accident. Whatever the pressures and whatever the politics, a Conservative government working with the Bank of England will always put sound money first. But we also understand that tackling inflation, while necessary, is painful. It means higher interest rates and a period of lower growth. So we've given the average household £3,400 in cost of living support over the last 2 years. Doing so makes economic as well as moral sense. The OBR predicted real household disposable income per person would fall by 2% in the last year. Instead, after this support, it is on track to rise by 0.8%. And today I take further steps to help families with cost of living pressures, starting with measures to help the poorest families. We've already abolished higher charges for electricity paid by those on prepayment meters, increased the local housing allowance, and raised benefits by double expected inflation. Today I focus on those falling into debt. Nearly 1 million households on universal credit, take out budgeting advance loans to pay for more expensive emergencies like boiler repairs or help getting a job. To help make such loans more affordable, I've today decided to increase the repayment period for new loans from 12 months to 24 months. For some people, I thought they cared about people on the lowest incomes. But trust the Labour Party not to want to hear about debt. For some people, the best way to resolve debt is through a debt relief order. But getting one costs £90, which can deter the very people who need them the most. So having listened carefully to representations from Citizens' Advice, I today relieve pressure on around 40,000 families every year by abolishing the £90 charge completely. Next, the Household Support Fund. It was set up on a temporary basis and due to conclude at the end of this month. Having listened carefully to representations from the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, the Trussell Trust, and honourable members from East Ham, Colchester, Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner, and Suffolk Coastal, amongst others, I've decided that with the battle against inflation still not over, now is not the time to stop the targeted help it offers. We will therefore continue it at current levels for another 6 months. Next, I turn to a measure that will help businesses and households more broadly. In the autumn statement, I froze alcohol duty until August of this year. Without any action today, it would have been due to rise by 3%. But I've listened carefully to my right honourable friends from Altrincham and Sale West, the Vale of Glamorgan, and my right honourable friend from Murray, who is a formidable champion of the Scottish whisky industry. I also listened to Councillor John Tonks from Ash, a strong supporter of the wonderful Admiral pub, who pointed out the pressures facing the industry. So today I've decided to extend the alcohol duty freeze until February 2025. This benefits 38,000 pubs across the UK, and on top of the £13,000 saving a typical pub will get from the 75% business rates discount I announced in the autumn. We value our hospitality industry and are backing the great British pub. Another cost that families and businesses worry about is fuel. Now, the Shadow Chancellor complained about the freeze on fuel duty, and Labour has opposed it at every opportunity. The Labour Mayor of London wants to punish motorists even more with his ULEZ plans, but lots of families and sole traders depend on their car. If I did nothing, fuel duty would increase by 13% this month. So instead, I've listened to my right honourable friends for Stoke-on-Trent North, Dudley North, Witham and others, as well as the Sun newspaper's Keep It Down campaign. I have, as a result, decided to maintain the 5p cut and freeze fuel duty for another 12 months. This will save the average car driver £50 next year and bring total savings since the 5p cut was introduced to around £250. Taken together with the alcohol duty freeze, this decision also reduces headline inflation by 0.2 percentage points in 24-5, allowing us to make faster progress towards the Bank of England's 2% target. Madam Deputy Speaker, there can be no solid growth without solid finances. An economy based on sound money does not pass its bills to the next generation. When it comes to borrowing, some believe there is a trade-off between compassion and fiscal responsibility. They are wrong. It is only because we responsibly reduced the deficit by 80% between 2010 and 2019 that we could provide £370 billion to help businesses and families in the pandemic. The party opposite opposed our plans to reduce the deficit every single step of the way. But in fairness, they were consistent. The Lib Dems supported controlling spending in coalition, but now say they would prop up a party that will turn on the spending taps. It's the difference between no plan and no principles. And I'm delighted the right honourable gentleman from the Lib Dems was here to hear it for once. Today, we say something different. There is nothing compassionate about running out of money. With the pandemic behind us, we must once again be responsible and build up our resilience to future shocks. That means bringing down borrowing so we can start to reduce our debt. And today's figures confirm that is happening. Ahead of my first autumn statement in 22, the OBR forecast headline debt would rise to above 100% of GDP. Today, they will say it will fall in every year to just 94% by 28-29. Underlying debt, which excludes Bank of England debt, will be 91.7% in 24-5, according to the OBR, then 92.8%, 93.2%, 93.2% before falling to 92.9% in 28-29, with final year headroom against debt falling of £8.9 billion. Our underlying debt is therefore on track to fall as a share of GDP, meeting our fiscal rule. And we continue to have the second lowest level of government debt in the G7, lower than Japan, France or the United States. We also meet our second fiscal rule for public sector borrowing to be below 3% of GDP 3 years early. Borrowing falls from 4.2% of GDP in 23-4 to 3.1%, 2.7%, 2.3%, 1.6% and 1.2% in 2028-29. By the end of the forecast, borrowing is at its lowest level of GDP since 2001. None of that, of course, would be possible if Labour implemented their pledge to decarbonise the grid 5 years early by 2030. By their own calculations, that costs £28 billion a year to do. But last month, after flip-flopping for months, they said they're not going to spend the £28 billion after all, but somehow they'll meet their pledge. Somehow, Madam Deputy Speaker, can only mean one thing: tax rises on working families. Same old Labour. Today, in contrast, a Conservative government brings down taxes with borrowing broadly unchanged. In fact, borrowing is slightly lower than the autumn statement. And the fact that we are bringing borrowing down is something of particular importance to one very special person. Sir Robert Stamen is the outgoing Chief Executive of the Government's Debt Management Office. And after 20 years of exceptional public service, he is in the gallery. Thank you, Sir Robert. I now turn to growth. Just after I became Chancellor, the OBR expected GDP to fall by 1.4% in the following year. In fact, it grew, albeit slowly. Now the OBR expects the economy to grow by 0.8% this year and 1.9% next year, 0.5% higher than their autumn forecast. After that, growth rises to 2.2%, 1.8% and 1.7% in 2028. Since 2010, they don't want to hear this, but these are the facts. Since 2010, we have grown faster than Germany, France or Italy, the three largest European economies. And according to the IMF, we will continue to grow faster than all three of them in the 5 years ahead. Surveys by Lloyds and Deloitte show business confidence is returning. In other words, because we have turned the corner on inflation, we will soon turn the corner on growth. And today's OBR forecasts also show that we have made good progress on the Prime Minister's 3 economic priorities. Compared to when the 3 pledges were made, inflation has halved, debt is falling in line with our fiscal rules, and growth is fully 1.5 percentage points higher than predicted. And as growth returns, they don't have a growth plan, so they might as well listen to ours. As growth returns, our plan is for economic growth not sustained through migration, but one that raises wages and living standards for families. Not just higher GDP, but higher GDP per head, and that means sticking to our plan with a budget for long-term growth, more investment, more jobs, better public services and lower taxes. And I start with investment. Economists say that stimulating investment is the most effective way to raise productivity and therefore wages and living standards. Since 2010, we've been doing just that. Business, well, you might want to listen to what I'm about to say because business investment has risen from an average of 9.3% of GDP under Labour to 9.9% under the Conservatives. And this year it will be 10.6% of GDP. That is £30 billion more business investment than if it had continued at Labour levels. And it's still going up. In the short period since the autumn statement, Nissan have announced they'll build 2 new electric car models in the UK. Microsoft and Google have announced data centres worth over £3 billion. Thanks to my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, the Global Investment Summit unlocked £30 billion of investment. In fact, since 2010, greenfield foreign direct investment has been higher than anywhere else in Europe. And for the last 3 years, we have been the 3rd highest in the world after the United States and China. And we're not stopping there. In the autumn statement, I announced we would introduce permanent full expensing, a £10 billion tax cut for businesses that gives the UK the most attractive investment tax regime of any large European or G7 country. It was welcomed by over 200 business leaders, with the CBI saying it was a game changer and the single most transformational thing we could do to fire up the British economy. And today I take further steps to boost investment. Having listened to calls from the CBI, Make UK and the BCC, we'll shortly publish draft legislation for full expensing to apply to leased assets, a change I intend to bring in as soon as it's affordable. We'll also help small businesses, something close to my own heart, as well as the business rate support and work on prompt payments I announced in the autumn. I'll provide £200 million of funding to extend the recovery loan scheme as it transitions to the growth guarantee scheme, helping 11,000 SMEs access the finance they need. And following representations from the Federation of Small Business, as well as honourable members for Loughborough, Southend West and Rother Valley, I will reduce the administrative and financial impact of VAT by increasing the VAT registration threshold from £85,000 to £90,000 from April the 1st, the first increase in 7 years. That will bring tens of thousands of businesses out of paying VAT altogether and encourage many more to invest and grow. I now move to measures to address historic underinvestment in our nations and regions. Since we started levelling up in 2019, 2/3 of all new salaried jobs have been created outside London and the South East. We've announced 13 investment zones and 12 free ports, which continue to attract investment, including recently, thanks to the efforts of Mayor Ben Houchen from the Numa Group, who are investing £15 million into the Tees Valley investment zone. Today, working with the Levelling Up Secretary, I devolve further power to local leaders who are best placed to promote growth in their areas. I can announce the North East Trailblazer devolution deal, providing a package of support for the region potentially worth over £100 million. I'll devolve powers to Buckinghamshire, Warwickshire, and to the most beautiful county in England, Surrey. I see the Leader of the Opposition smiling because, like me, he is a Surrey boy. I know he's been taking advice from Lord Mandelson, who yesterday rather uncharitably said he needed to shed a few pounds. Ordinary families will shed more than a few pounds if that lot get in. Today, if he wants to join me on my marathon training, he's most welcome as well. Today, we continue to spread opportunity throughout the country by allocating £100 million of levelling up funding to areas including High Peak, Dundee, Conway, Erewash, Redditch and Coventry to support cultural projects in these communities, alongside support for capital projects across the country, including in Bingley. We are expanding the long-term plan for towns to 20 new places, including Darlington, home of the Treasury's fantastic Darlington Economic Campus, Coleraine, Peterhead, Runcorn, Harlow, Eastbourne, Arbroath and Rhyl, providing each with £20 million of funding to invest in community regeneration over the next decade. We'll provide £15 million in new funding to the West Midlands Combined Authority to support culture, heritage and investment projects on the recommendation of our go-getting Mayor Andy Street. And we'll allocate £5 million to renovate hundreds of local village halls across England so they can remain at the heart of their communities. And because this is a Conservative and Unionist government, we'll also set aside funding to support the Saxavord Spaceport in Shetland, an agri-food launch pad in mid-Wales, and funding to support Northern Ireland's businesses to expand global trade and investment opportunities. As a result of the decisions we take today, the Scottish Government will receive nearly £300 million in Barnet consequentials, with nearly £170 million for the Welsh Government and £100 million for the Northern Ireland Executive. I do appreciate that a tax-cutting budget is very uncomfortable for the biggest tax risers in the United Kingdom. We also want to level up opportunity across the generations, including building more houses for young people, and we're on track to deliver over 1 million homes in this Parliament. Last week, the Levelling Up Secretary allocated £188 million to support projects in Sheffield, Blackpool and Liverpool, and today I go further, allocating £242 million of investments in Barking Riverside and Canary Wharf, which together will build nearly 8,000 houses, as well as transforming Canary Wharf into a new hub for life science companies. We're launching a new £20 million community-led housing scheme supporting local communities to deliver the developments they want and need, and I'm pleased to announce the next steps for Cambridge to reach its potential to be the world's leading scientific powerhouse. I confirm there will be a long-term funding settlement for the Future Development Corporation in Cambridge at the next spending review, with over £10 million invested in the coming year to unlock delivery of crucial local transport and health infrastructure. The final levelling up measures I announced today support North Wales, where I have many happy childhood memories, in mould, following representations from the Honourable Member for the Vale of Clwyd. We will help fund the renovation of Theatre Clwyd. And I can announce this week the Government has reached agreement on a £160 million deal with Hitachi to purchase the Wilfer site in Innismarn and the Oldbury site in South Gloucestershire. Innismarn has a vital role in delivering our nuclear ambitions, and no one should take more credit for today's announcement than my tireless, tenacious and turbocharged honourable friend Innismarn. More investment by large businesses, more support for small businesses, promoting investment in our nations and regions, all part of a budget for long-term growth that sticks to our plan to deliver more jobs, better public services and lower taxes.
Any more?
now turn to one of the most powerful ways to attract investment, namely supporting our most innovative industries. Outside the US, we have the most respected universities, the biggest financial services sector, and the largest tech ecosystem in Europe. We have double the AI startups of anywhere in Europe, double the venture capital investment, and a tech economy now double the size of Germany and 3 times the size of France. We're on track to become the world's next Silicon Valley. In today's budget for long-term growth, I take further steps to attract investment into our technology-related industries. I want our brilliant tech entrepreneurs not just to start here, but to stay here, including when the time comes for a stock market listing. So we'll build on the Edinburgh and Mansion House reforms to unlock more pension fund capital. We'll give new powers to the Pensions Regulator and Financial Conduct Authority to ensure better value from defined contribution schemes by judging performance on overall returns, not cost. We'll make sure there are vehicles to make it easier for pension funds to invest in UK growth opportunities. So I'm today publishing the names of the winners of the LIFTS competition. But I remain concerned that other markets, such as Australia, generate better returns for pension savers with more effective investment strategies and more investment in high-quality domestic growth stocks. So I will introduce new requirements for DC and local government pension funds to disclose publicly their level of international and UK equity investment, and I'll then consider what further action should be taken if we're not on a positive trajectory towards international best practice. I also want to create opportunities for a new generation of retail investors to engage with public markets. So we'll proceed with the retail sale for part of the government's remaining NatWest shares this summer, at the earliest opportunity, subject to supportive market conditions and value for money. We'll continue to explore how savers could be allowed to take their pension pots with them when they change job. We'll make it easier for people to save for the long term with a new British savings bond delivered through National Savings and Investment, offering savers a guaranteed rate fixed for 3 years. And today, following calls from over 200 representatives of the city and our high-growth sectors, I will reform the ISA system to encourage more people to invest in UK assets. After a consultation on its implementation, I will introduce a brand new British ISA, which will allow an additional £5,000 annual investment for investments in UK equity with all the tax advantages of other ISAs. And this will be on top of the existing ISA allowances, ensure British savers can benefit from the growth of the most promising UK businesses, as well as supporting those businesses with the capital to expand. And I turn now to our other growth industries, starting with clean energy. We want nuclear to provide up to a quarter of our electricity by 2050. And as part of that, I want the UK to lead the global race in developing cutting-edge nuclear technologies. I can therefore announce that Great British Nuclear will begin the next phase of the small modular reactor selection process, with companies now having until June to submit their initial tender responses. Our brilliant Energy Security and Net Zero Secretary will also allocate up to £120 million more to the Green Industries Growth Accelerator to build supply chains for new technology ranging from offshore wind to carbon capture and storage. By January of next year, as promised in the autumn statement, we'll have a new faster connections process to the grid up and running. In advanced manufacturing, we've announced a further £270 million of investment into innovative new automotive and aerospace R&D projects, building the UK's capabilities in zero-emission vehicle and clean aviation technologies. And I now turn to our creative industries. We have become Europe's largest film and TV production centre, with Idris Elba, Keira Knightley and Orlando Bloom all filming their latest productions here. Studio space in the UK has doubled in the last 3 years, and at the current rate of expansion, next year we will be second only to Hollywood globally. In the autumn statement, I committed to providing more tax relief for visual effects in film and high-end TV. I can today confirm that we will increase the rate of tax credit by 5% and remove the 80% cap for visual effects costs in the audiovisual expenditure credit. Having worked closely with the Culture Secretary and listened carefully to representations from companies like Pinewood, Warner Brothers and Sky Studios, will provide eligible film studios in England with a 40% relief on their gross business rates until 2034. And having heard representations from the British film industry, PACT, and indeed the Prime Minister, we will introduce a new tax credit for UK independent films with a budget of less than £15 million. For our creative industries more broadly, we will provide £26 million of funding to our preeminent theatre, the National Theatre, to upgrade its stages. And today I particularly want to recognise the contribution of our creative industries and the tourism that comes from orchestras, museums, galleries and theatres. In the pandemic, we introduced higher 45% and 50% levels of tax relief, which were due to end in March 25. They have been a lifeline for performing arts across the country. Today, in recognition of their vital importance to our national life, I can announce I am making those tax reliefs permanent at 45% for touring and orchestral productions and 40% for non-touring productions. Lord Lloyd Webber says this will be a once-in-a-generation transformational change that will ensure Britain remains the global capital of creativity. I suspect the new theatre reliefs may be of particular interest to the Shadow Chancellor, who seems to fancy her thespian skills when it comes to acting like a Tory. The trouble is, we all know how her show ends. Higher taxes, like every Labour government in history. I'm delighted they are cheering the fact that Labour governments always put up taxes. They're right. And I also want to mention our life sciences sector, where we will support research by medical charities into diseases such as cancer, dementia and epilepsy, with an additional £45 million, including £3 million for Cancer Research UK. But I have long believed we should be manufacturing medicines as well as developing them. So I can today also announce a brand new investment by one of our greatest life science companies, AstraZeneca, led by mon ami, the irrepressible Sir Pascal Soriot. AstraZeneca made their COVID vaccine available to developing countries at cost, as a result saving over 6 million lives. And today, because of the government's support for the life sciences sector, they announced plans to invest £650 million in the UK to expand their footprint on the Cambridge Biomedical Campus and fund the building of a vaccine manufacturing hub in Speke in Liverpool. More investment, better jobs in every corner of the country in a long-term budget for growth from a Conservative government. One of the biggest barriers to investment is businesses not being able to hire the staff they need. The economy today has around 900,000 vacancies. It would be easy to fill them with higher migration, but with over 10 million adults of working age who are not in work, that would be economically and morally wrong. Those who can work should. And this is an issue that I have tackled in every budget and autumn statement I've delivered. A year ago, I abolished the pensions lifetime allowance, which pushed doctors and others to take early retirement. Ask any doctor what they think about Labour's plans to bring it back, and they will say, don't go back to square one. In the autumn, with the help of our superb Work and Pensions Secretary, we announced the Back to Work plan, which will support 1 million adults with medical conditions and reduce the number of people assessed as not needing to work by 2/3. A year ago, I also announced the biggest ever expansion of childcare, extending the 30-hour free childcare offer. Just listen. Extending the 30-hour free childcare offer to all children of working parents from 9 months. We've not had a childcare plan from Labour, so you might want to listen to ours. Our plan will mean an extra 60,000 parents enter the workforce in the next 4 years, a tremendous achievement for the Education Secretary, who I think is doing an effing good job. And today, following representations from many people, including the CBI, I announced measures to support the childcare sector make the new investments it now needs to. So I am guaranteeing the rates that will be paid to childcare providers to deliver our landmark offer for children over 9 months old for the next 2 years. That is more people in work, more jobs, sticking to our plan in a long-term budget for growth. And I now turn to public services. I thought they were supposed to be interested in public services. I can wait.
A little bit of murmuring is normal. I shouldn't be able to hear what you're saying over there. That is clearly out of order. Now, let's have some courtesy. Chancellor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Good public services need a strong economy to pay for them. But a strong economy also needs good public services. In 2010, schools in the UK were behind Germany, France and Sweden in the OECD's PISA education rankings for reading and maths. Now, after Conservative reforms, we are ahead of them. Burglaries and violent crime have halved in the last 14 years after we invested in 20,000 more police officers. Our armed forces remain the most professional and best funded in Europe, with defence spending already more than 2% of GDP. We're providing more military support to Ukraine than nearly any other country, and our spending will rise to 2.5% as soon as economic conditions allow. The NHS is still recovering from the pandemic, but has 42,000 more doctors and 71,000 more nurses than it did under Labour. That is 250 more doctors and 400 more nurses for every single month that we've been in office. Now, resources matter, of course, which is why, despite all the economic shocks we have faced, overall spending on public services has gone up since 2010, in the case of the NHS by more than a third in real terms. But although spending has continued to rise every year, public sector productivity still remains below pre-pandemic levels by nearly 6%. This demonstrates that the way to improve public services is not always more money or more people. We also need to run them more efficiently. We need a more productive state, not a bigger state. In autumn 2022, I set day-to-day spending to increase by 1% a year in real terms over the next Parliament. Some say that's not enough and we should raise spending by more. Others say it's too much and we should cut it to improve efficiency. Neither are right. It's not fair to ask taxpayers to pay for more when public service productivity has fallen. Nor would it be wise to reduce that funding given the pressures public services face. So I am keeping the planned growth in day-to-day spending at 1% in real terms, but we are going to spend it better. So today, they don't have a plan for public services, like everything else, so why not listen to ours? Today I am announcing a landmark public sector productivity plan that restarts public service reform and changes the Treasury's traditional approach to public spending. And I start with our biggest and most important public service, the NHS. One of my greatest privileges was to be Health Secretary. Thanks to the NHS, I have 3 gorgeous children, the oldest of whom has been patiently listening in the gallery. The NHS is rightly the biggest reason most of us are proud to be British. But the systems that support its staff are often antiquated. Doctors, nurses and ward staff spend hours every day filling out forms when they could be...
Mr. Streeting,
when patients don't show up...
I don't like to interrupt the Chancellor. You're too close to me to be shouting that loudly. If you want to shout that loudly, you should come sit away up there. I apologise for interrupting the Chancellor.
When patients don't show up, or one member of a team is ill, operating theatres are left empty despite long waiting lists. Now, when we published the NHS long-term workforce plan, I asked the NHS to put together a plan to transform its efficiency and productivity. I wanted better care for patients, more job satisfaction for staff, and better value for taxpayers. Making changes on the scale we need is not cheap. The investment needed to modernise NHS IT systems so they're as good as the best in the world costs £3.4 billion. But it helps unlock £35 billion of savings, 10 times that amount. So in today's budget for long-term growth, I have decided to fund the NHS productivity plan in full. Yeah. With that new investment, we will slash the 13 million hours lost by doctors and nurses every year to outdated IT systems. We will cut down and potentially halve form filling by doctors using AI. We will digitise operating theatre processes, allowing the same number of consultants to do an extra 200,000 operations a year. We'll fund improvements to help doctors read MRI and CT scans more accurately and quickly, speeding up results for 130,000 patients every year and saving thousands of lives, something I know would have delighted my brother Charlie, who I recently lost to cancer. We'll improve the NHS app so it can be used to confirm and modify all appointments, reducing up to half 500,000 missed appointments annually and improving patient choice. We'll set up a new NHS staff app to make it easier to roster electronically and end the use of expensive off-framework agencies. And as a result of this funding, all hospitals will use electronic patient records, making the NHS the largest digitally integrated healthcare system in the world. Today's announcement doubles the amount the NHS is investing on digital transformation over 3 years. And on top of this longer-term transformation, we'll also help the NHS meet pressures in the coming year with an additional £2.5 billion. This will allow the NHS to continue its focus on reducing waiting times and brings the total increase in NHS funding since the start of the Parliament to 13% in real terms. The NHS was there for us in the pandemic, and today, with nearly £6 billion of additional funding, a Conservative government is there for the NHS. The head of the NHS, Amanda Pritchard, today says that this investment shows the government continues to back the NHS. She says that as a result of it, the NHS can commit to delivering 1.9% annual productivity growth over the next Parliament, more than double the average productivity growth in public services between 2010 and 2019. But today is not just about the NHS. I want this groundbreaking agreement with the NHS to be a model for all our public services. Across education, the police, the courts and local government, I want to see more efficient, better value and higher quality public services. So today I can announce that in the next spending review, the Treasury will do things differently. We will prioritise proposals that deliver annual savings within 5 years, equivalent to the total cost of the investment required. And today we make a start with some excellent proposals. Violence reduction units and hotspot policing have prevented an estimated 136,000 knife crimes and other violent offences, as well as over 3,000 hospital admissions. Every crime costs money, so we will provide £75 million to roll that model out in England and Wales. Police officers waste around 8 hours a week on unnecessary admin. With higher productivity, we could free the equivalent of 20,000 police officers over a year. So we will spend £230 million rolling out time and money-saving technology, which speeds up police response times by allowing people to report crimes by video call and, where appropriate, use drones as first responders. Too many legal cases, particularly in family law, should never go to court, and it would cost us less if they didn't. So we'll spend £170 million to fund non-court resolution, reduce reoffending and digitise the court process. Too many children in care end up being looked after by unregistered providers that are much more expensive. So we'll invest £165 million over the next 4 years to reduce that cost by increasing the capacity of the Children's Homes estate. Special education need provision can be excellent when outsourced to independent sector schools, but also expensive. So we'll invest £105 million over the next 4 years to build 50 new special free schools to create additional high-quality places and increase choice for parents. And we'll also put in place a plan to realise the tens of billions of savings recommended in an excellent speech by the head of the National Audit Office. The OBR say a 5% increase in public sector productivity would be the equivalent of around £20 billion in extra funding. With these plans, we can deliver that and more. And if we ensure they are cash-releasing savings, as we are committed to doing, it will be possible to live with more constrained spending growth without cutting services valued by the public. So with the energy and drive of my talented Chief Secretary to the Treasury, we launch our public sector productivity plan in today's budget for long-term growth, more investment, more jobs, better public services, and one more thing, lower taxes. Keeping taxes down matters to Conservatives in a way it never can for Labour. We believe that in a free society, the money you earn doesn't belong to the government, it belongs to you. And if we want to encourage hard work, we should let people keep as much of their own money as possible. Conservatives look around the world at economies in North America and Asia and notice that countries with lower taxes generally have higher growth. Now, economists argue about cause and correlation, but we know that lower taxed economies have more energy, more dynamism and more innovation, and we know that's Britain's future too. Before I explain how we will bring down taxes, I start with some measures to make our system simpler and fairer. To discourage non-smokers from taking up vaping, we're today confirming the introduction of an excise duty on vaping products from October 26 and publishing a consultation on its design. Because vapes can also play a positive role in helping people quit smoking, we'll introduce a one-off increase in tobacco duty at the same time to maintain the financial incentive to choose vaping over smoking. I'll make a one-off adjustment to rates of air passenger duty on non-economy flights only to account for high inflation in recent years, and I'll provide HMRC with the resources they need to ensure everyone pays the tax they owe, leading to an increase in revenue collected of over £4.5 billion across the forecast period. Next, I turn to property taxation. In recent months, following tenacious representation from the honourable members for St Austell and Newquay, North Devon, cities of London and Westminster, Torbay and Truro and Falmouth, I have been looking closely at our furnished holiday lettings tax regime. I am concerned that this tax regime is creating a distortion, meaning there are not enough properties available for long-term rental by local people. So to make the tax system work better for local communities, I'm going to abolish the furnished holiday lettings regime. I've also been looking at stamp duty relief for people who purchase more than one dwelling in a single transaction, known as multiple dwellings relief. I see the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party paying close attention, given her multiple dwellings.
Order. Too much excitement. We haven't actually heard, because we can't hear what the Chancellor is trying to say. Okay, and I can hear who is shouting there. You won't get to speak later. Chancellor.
I'm sorry to disappoint her, but multiple dwellings relief was not actually designed for her, but intended to... It was intended to support investment in the private rented sector, but an external evaluation found no strong going to abolish it. And finally, as part of this budget, both the Treasury, a part of our look on property taxation, both the Treasury and the OBR have looked at the costs associated with our current levels of capital gains tax on property. They have concluded that if we reduced the higher 28% rate that exists for residential property, we would in fact increase revenues because there would be more transactions. For the first time in history, both the Treasury and the OBR have discovered their inner Laffer curve. So today I'm going to reduce the higher rate of property capital gains tax from 28% to 24%. That really is for you, Angela.
Enough from over there, definitely not having it from here. Chancellor.
I now turn to oil and gas. Unlike the party opposite, we want to encourage investment in the North Sea, so we will retain generous investment allowances for the sector. We'll also legislate in the finance bill to abolish the energy profits levy should market prices fall to their historic norm for a sustained period of time, after representations from the Honourable Member for Banff and Buchan. But because the increase in energy prices caused by the Ukraine war is expected to last longer, so too will the sector's windfall profits. So I will extend the sunset on the energy profits levy for an additional year to 2029, raising £1.5 billion. Next, I turn to the taxes paid by those who are resident in the UK but not domiciled here for tax purposes. This is a category of people known as non-doms. Now, Nigel Lawson wanted to end the non-dom regime in his great tax reforming budget of 1988, which is where I suspect the Labour Party got the idea from. But I too have always believed that provided we protect the UK's attractiveness to international investors, those with the broadest shoulders should pay their fair share. After looking at the issue over many months, I've concluded that we can indeed introduce a system which is both fairer and remains competitive with other countries. So the government will abolish the current tax system for non-doms, get rid of the outdated concept of domicile, aim to please all sides of the House in all my budgets. And we will replace...
Order, order, order. This is impossible. Right? Can you just... Order! Could you please shout more quietly? Chancellor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We will replace the non-dom regime with a modern, simpler and fairer residency-based system. From April 25, new arrivals to the UK will not be required to pay any tax on foreign income and gains for their first 4 years of UK residency, a more generous regime than at present and one of the most attractive offers in Europe. But after 4 years, those who continue to live in the UK will pay the same tax as other UK residents. Recognising the contribution of many of these individuals to our economy, we will put in place transitional arrangements for those benefiting from the current regime. That will include a 2-year period in which individuals will be encouraged to bring wealth earned overseas to the UK, where it can be spent and invested here, a measure that will attract onshore an additional £15 billion of foreign income and generate more than £1 billion of extra tax. Overall, abolishing non-dom status will raise £2.7 billion a year by the end of the forecast period. That is money the party opposite planned to use for spending increases, but today a Conservative government makes a different choice. We use that revenue to help cut taxes on working families. And many of those families, Madam Deputy Speaker, depend on child benefit. But the way we treat child benefit in the tax system is confusing and unfair. It's a lifeline for many parents because it helps with the additional costs associated with having children, and when it works, it's good for children, good for parents and good for the economy because it helps people into work. But we currently withdraw child benefit when one parent earns over £50,000 a year. That means 2 parents earning £49,000 a year receive the benefit in full, but a household earning a lot less than that does not, if just one parent earns over £50,000. Today, I set out plans to end that unfairness. Doing so requires significant reform to the tax system, including allowing HMRC to collect household-level information. We'll therefore consult on moving the high-income child benefit charge to a household-based system to be introduced by April 2026. But because that is not a quick fix, I make 2 changes today to make the current system fairer. Following representations from my right honourable friends from Penistone and Stocksbridge, Carshalton and Wallington, Basset Law and West Worcestershire, along with many others, I confirm that from this April, the high-income child benefit charge threshold will be raised from £50,000 to £60,000. We will raise the top of the taper at which it's withdrawn to £80,000. That means no one earning under £60,000 will pay the charge, taking 170,000 families out of paying it altogether. And because of the higher taper and threshold, nearly 500,000 families with children will save an average of £1,300 next year. According to the OBR, this change will see an increase in hours amongst those already working to the equivalent of 10,000 more people entering the workforce. More investment, more jobs, better public service and lower tax. And, Mr. Speaker, there is one further set of changes I want to make today. The way we tax people's income is particularly unfair. If you get your income from having a job, you pay 2 types of tax: national insurance contributions and income tax. If you get it from other sources, you pay only 1. This double taxation of work is unfair. The result is a complicated system that penalises work instead of encouraging it. If we are to build a high-wage, high-skill economy not dependent on migration, If we want to encourage people not in work to come back to work, we need a simpler, fairer tax system that makes work pay. That is why I cut national insurance contributions in the autumn. By reducing the penalty on work, the OBR said that tax cut would lead to the equivalent of 94,000 more people in work. In other words, it would fill more than 1 in 10 vacancies throughout the economy. Lower taxes, more jobs and higher growth. Today, because of the progress we have made bringing down inflation, because of the additional investment that is flowing into the economy, because we have a plan for better and more efficient public services, and because we have asked those with the broadest shoulders to pay a bit more.
Order. Mr. Perkins. I can manage, thank you very much. 5 times I've heard what you said. I let you away with it. Now that's enough. One more strike and you're out.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I do know how hard it is for them to listen to arguments for lower taxes. But that is the difference. Because we have asked those with the broadest shoulders to pay a bit more, today I go further. From April the 6th, employee national insurance will be cut by another 2p from 10% to 8%. And self-employed national insurance will be cut from 8% to 6%. It means an additional £450 a year for the average employee, or £350 for someone self-employed. When combined with the autumn reductions, it means 27 million employees will get an average tax cut of £900 a year. 2 million self-employed will get a tax cut averaging £650. Changes that make our system simpler and fairer, and changes that grow our economy by rewarding work. The OBR say, when combined with the autumn reduction, our national insurance cuts will mean the equivalent of 200,000 more people in work, filling 1 in 5 vacancies, adding 0.4% to GDP and 0.4% to GDP per head. This is the second fiscal event where we've reduced employee and self-employed national insurance. We've cut it by 1/3 in 6 months, without increasing borrowing and without cutting spending on public services. That means the average earner in the UK now has the lowest effective personal tax rate since 1975. Their effective taxes are now lower than in America, France, Germany or any G7 country, because Conservatives believe that making work pay is of the most fundamental importance. Because we believe that the double taxation of work is unfair, our long-term ambition is to end this unfairness when it is responsible, when it can be achieved without increasing borrowing, when it can be delivered without compromising high-quality public services. We will continue to cut national insurance as we have done today, so we truly make work pay. Madam Deputy Speaker, we stick to our plan with a budget for long-term growth. It delivers more investment, more jobs, better public services and lower taxes. But dynamism in an economy doesn't come from ministers in Whitehall. It comes from the grit and determination of people who take risks, work hard and innovate. Not government policies, but people power. It is to unleash people power that we today put this country back on the path to lower taxes. A plan to grow the economy versus no plan. A plan for better public services versus no plan. A plan to make work pay versus no plan. Growth up, jobs up, taxes down. I commend this statement to the House.
Standing Order number 51, the first motion entitled Provisional Collection of Taxes must be decided without debate. Will the Chancellor of the Exchequer please move formally? The question is that, pursuant to Section 5 of the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act 1968, provisional statutory effect shall be given to the following motions: stamp duty, land tax, first-time buyers relief, new leases acquired on bare trust, motion number 8. Stamp duty, land tax, registered providers of social housing, motion number 9. Stamp duty, land tax, purchases by public bodies, motion number 10. Value added tax, late payment interest and repayment interest, motion number 22. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. Order, let me explain for the clarification of the House that this is the provisional point, which is the provisional question which is asked at this stage, and that all members will have the opportunity, having heard the debate in detail, to vote on each of these motions next Tuesday, the 12th of March, at the end of the budget debate. I would hesitate to have a division at this point when the House and the world is awaiting the response from the Leader of the Opposition. So I'm going to put this motion again, and if it is very clear to me that the ayes have more votes than the noes, I will take it on the voices. The question is, no, I don't need a point of order, thank you. We're in the middle of a division. Thank you. The question is that, pursuant to Section 5 of the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act, as I said a few moments ago, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. Division. Clear the lobby. Shouting. The question is that, pursuant to Section 5 of the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act 1968, provisional statutory effect shall be given to the following motions: Stamp duty land tax, motion number 8. Stamp duty land tax, motion number 9. Stamp duty land tax, motion number 10. And value added tax, motion number 22. As members that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. No. Tellers for the ayes, Aaron Bell and Robert Largan. Tellers for the noes, Gavin Newlands and Kirsty Blackman. Order! Order!
The ayes to the right, 288. The noes to the left, 38. Thank you.
The ayes to the right, 288. The noes to the left, 38. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. We now come to the motion entitled Income Tax Charge. It is on this motion that the debate will take place today and on the succeeding days. The questions on this motion and on the remaining motions will be put at the end of the budget debate on Tuesday, the 12th of March. I call the Chancellor of the Exchequer to move the motion formally. The question is that income tax is charged for the tax year 2024 to 25, and it is declared that it is expedient in the public interest that this resolution should have statutory effect under the provisions of the Provisional Collection of Taxes Act 1968. I call the Leader of the Opposition, Sir Keir Starmer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There we have it, the last desperate act of a party that has failed. Britain in recession, the national credit card maxed out, and despite the measures today, the highest tax burden for 70 years. The first Parliament since records began to see living standards fall, confirmed by this budget today. That is their record. It is still their record. Give with one hand and take even more with the other. And nothing they do between now and the election will change that. I mean, over 14 years, we've seen our fair share of delusion from the party opposite. A Prime Minister who thinks the cost of living crisis is starting to ease. An Education Secretary who thinks concrete crumbling on our children deserves her gratitude. A former Prime Minister who still believes crashing the pound was the right path for Britain.
Where is she?
And today, a new entry in this hall of infamy, the Chancellor, who breezes into this chamber in a recession and tells the working people of this country that everything's on track. Crisis? What crisis? Or, as the captain of the Titanic and the former Prime Minister herself might have said, iceberg? What iceberg? Smiling as the ship goes down, the Chuckle Brothers of decline, dreaming of Santa Monica, or maybe just a quiet life in Surrey, not having to self-fund his election, whilst the crew behind them scrabble for GB news battle. If only it weren't so serious, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the story of this Parliament is devastatingly simple. A Conservative party stubbornly clinging to the failed ideas of the past, completely unable to generate the growth working people need, and forced by that failure to ask them to pay more and more for less and less. And as the desperation grows, they torch not only their reputation for fiscal responsibility, but any notion that they can serve the country, not themselves. Party first, country second, while working people pay the price. Food prices still 25% higher than they were 2 years ago. Rents up 10%. An extra £240 a month for a typical family remortgaging this year, because they lost control of the economy. They sent interest rates through the roof. They made working people pay. They should be under no illusion. That record is how the British people will judge today's cuts, because the whole country can see exactly what is happening here. They recognise a Tory con when they see it, just as they did in November. Give with one hand, take even more with the other. Madam Deputy Speaker, people have been living through this nonsense for 14 years. They know the thresholds are still frozen, dragging more and more people into higher taxes. They know that a Tory stealth tax is coming their way in the shape of their next council tax bill. The Levelling Up Secretary has told not just this House, but every house in the country he's coming for their council tax. Give with one hand, gove in the other. But most insultingly of all, the British people know the only cause that gets this lot out of bed is trying to save their own skin. Take the desperate move after years of resistance to finally accept Labour's argument on the non-dom tax regime. Has there ever been a more obvious example of a government that is totally bereft of ideas? And if they're sincere in support of this policy now, then the question they must answer today is, why did they not do it earlier? Why did they not stand up to their friends, their funders and their family? Because if they had followed Labour's example, 3.8 million extra operations would have taken place by now. 1.3 million emergency dental appointments, 3 breakfast clubs for nearly 4.5 million children. But if instead this is just another short-term cynical political gimmick, then honestly, what is the point of them? What is the point of a party that is out of touch, out of ideas and nearly out of road? And we saw it last year as well, when only Labour's policies on the cost of living made the difference. For those opposite, now a little downbeat about another intellectual triumph for social democracy, I say get used to it, because with this pair in charge, it won't be long before they ask you to defend the removal of private school tax relief as well. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the harder they try with cynical games like this, the worse it will get for them, because the whole country can see exactly who they are, fighting for themselves, politics not governing, party first, country second. Madam Deputy Speaker, because we have campaigned to lower the tax burden on working people for the whole Parliament, and we won't stop now, we will support the cuts to national insurance today. But I noticed this. In 2022, when the Prime Minister was Chancellor, he made this promise. I can confirm in 2024, for the first time, the basic rate of income tax will be cut from 20 to 19 pence. Having briefed that all week that an income tax was coming, that promise is in tatters today. And of course, we support the fresh investment in our NHS, although I have to note that the Chancellor, when he was Health Secretary 10 years ago, promised to make the NHS paperless by 2018. And I know the Prime Minister's fondness for Elon Musk extends to an enthusiastic embrace of his community notes on fact-checking, so I'll say this bit slowly. Labour supports the fuel duty freeze. That is our policy, and I look forward to the Prime Minister's acknowledgement of that in coming days. We do ask the Chancellor can set out how we will make sure that this policy gets passed on to hard-pressed families at the pump. Yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, for all the fanfare around the tax measures today, that straightforward story remains true. Taxes, a 70-year high. The British people paying more for less. An unprecedented hit to living standards of working people. The first time they've gone backwards over a parliament, and they were cheering that today. And the reason is equally simple. There is no plan for growth. How can there be? He can say long-term plan all he likes. We see there. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, last year he announced 110 growth measures. He said we've turned the corner. And where are we now? Britain in recession. an economy smaller than when the Prime Minister entered Downing Street. The textbook definition of decline, that is their record. I mean, after 14 years, who do they actually think feels better off? Productivity is flat. Mortgages through the roof. House building off a cliff. Worklessness rising and rising. Homelessness never higher. Crime virtually unpunished. Children who can't see a dentist. Sewage in our rivers. Billions and billions of taxpayers' money wasted. 7 billion by the Prime Minister on COVID fraud alone. 500 million on the Rwanda scheme that has achieved precisely nothing. I can keep going. A railway line that will never reach our great northern cities. In fact, it might not even reach central London. Billions upon billions for a white elephant without a trunk. While today we learn taxpayers are picking up the bill for the Science Minister's libel. And all the time, one thing that is growing, the waiting list in our NHS, now nearly 8 million. They've had 14 years. 14 years running out of road. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is what decline looks like. And the complacency they've shown today, it takes your breath away. Britain deserves better than this. Britain deserves a real plan for growth, an end to 14 years of stagnation, wealth creation across the whole of the country, higher living standards for working people. This is the mission we need. But yet again, what we got was the same tired old formula, the sticking plasters, the chopping and changing, the party first, country second politics, with no repudiation of the utterly discredited idea that economic growth is something the few gift to the many. But even then, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think his backbenchers are owed an explanation. Because when the Chancellor says Britain has grown more quickly than countries like Germany over the last 14 years, I'm sure they will be shocked to learn that this is a statistical sleight of hand. And when it comes to GDP per capita, in other words, the growth that makes the difference to the pockets of working people, their record is much worse. Indeed, in per capita terms, our economy has not grown since the first quarter of 2022, the longest period of stagnation Britain has seen since 1955. In fact, the Chancellor invited us to look at those figures. The OBR says GDP per capita will be 0.75% lower in 2028 than was they forecast in November of last year. That was the number he said we should watch. 0.75% lower in 2028. And they can call this a technical recession. But there's nothing technical about working people living in recession for every second the Prime Minister has been in power. This is a Rishi recession. And if the party opposite really wants to know what hides in the Chancellor's spreadsheets, then they will see that it's only the record levels of migration they have delivered which has prevented an even deeper decline. And that is the record they must stand on at the election. Because while on these benches we do not demean for a second the contribution migrants make to a thriving economy, it is high time the party opposite was honest with the British public about the role migration plays in their economic policy. Because right now, in terms of growth, that is all they have. There is nothing else. No plan to get Britain building again with a reformed planning system. No ambition to invest in clean British power for cheaper bills and energy security. No inclination to move away from insecure, low-paid jobs and strengthen employment rights so we can finally make work pay. Madam Deputy Speaker, where is the urgency on affordable housing? How can they look at Britain now and not see this as a massive priority? Never again will they be allowed to pose as the party of home ownership and aspiration. Well, I have to say, given the disaster that's befallen his childcare plans, perhaps that's for the best. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the cost of childcare is a huge challenge for millions. Parents need him to deliver on his promise. And it seems the Chancellor's been taking lessons on marketing from the Willy Wonka experience in Glasgow. All is not as it seems. And with just over 3 weeks to go, he has to come clean. Because up and down the country, parents need to know, will they get their entitlement in April, or is it just another of their reckless promises on governing? Headlines over delivery, promises without plans, policies that unravel at the first contact with reality. The lesson crystal clear that those who broke our economy cannot be trusted to repair it. The Tory credit rating is 0. It's time for change with Labour. And that's what today's budget should have been about. A last chance for the government to show it understands the economic reality of our volatile world, that global supply chains can be weaponised by tyrants like Putin, that a sticking plaster approach to public investment will cost Britain more in the long run, and that trickle-down nonsense means working people pay the price. It could even have been a moment of contrition, a reflection on their fiscal recklessness, an apology, perhaps, for the ridiculous chaos they've inflicted on businesses, communities and investors in this country. And yet still no sustainable industrial strategy, still no national wealth fund to crowd in private investment, still no urgency on speeding up critical infrastructure projects, and no recognition that they have left our standing as a country that always keeps its promises in tatters. And if they don't like that accusation, then look no further than the grotesque spectacle of ducking their responsibility to the victims of infected blood and Horizon scandal. One of the greatest miscarriages of justice in our nation's history. Those were the Prime Minister's words just 2 months ago. Today, justice kicked beyond the general election. No, Madam Deputy Speaker, Britain can see exactly who they are. And the reality is there is no path to economic stability, no way to a calmer, less chaotic politics with the party opposite in power. Because chaos is now their worldview, a mindset that sees Britain's problems as opportunities they can exploit. Whether, like the Chancellor, that's out of desperation because they can't solve them, or whether, like the members for Fareham or South West Norfolk, they have no intention of solving them whatsoever. For a party this weak and divided, the end result is always the same. A vicious downward spiral. Chaos feeding off decline, decline feeding off chaos, while working people pay the price. The British people know this will not stop. 5 more years and it will only get worse. There will be no change of direction without a change of government. And that leaves Britain a nation in limbo, unable to shake off the Tory chaos that dragged us into recession and loaded the tax burden onto the backs of working people and maxed out the nation's credit card. Britain deserves a government ready to take tough decisions, give our public services an immediate cash injection, stick to fiscal rules without complaint, fight for the living standards of working people and deliver a sustainable plan for growth. So we say to the Chancellor and Prime Minister, it's time to break the habit of 14 years, stop the dithering, stop the delay, stop the uncertainty and confirm May the 2nd as the date of the next general election, because Britain deserves better and Labour are ready.
I'm not going to demand silence now. This is the moment for cheering. You can do that some more. Chairman of the Select Committee, Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I know it hasn't been long since we had an autumn statement, but I still think that we heard today that the Leader of the Opposition has no plan. It's not been very long since we had the last forecast from the Office for Budget Responsibility. So I thought it was interesting to read today that in the just over 100 days since they made their last forecast, there have been a lot of changes for the better in the UK economy. In particular, I'd like to highlight that they are expecting better inflation outturn than they were just over 3 months ago. They're expecting and have noted the sharper fall in interest rates that we all pay on the national mortgage. And they have also said that they're expecting living standards for the British people to recover more quickly than they were previously forecasting. And I think this is information that we can all welcome today, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I know there will be a range of views across this chamber about the role of the Office for Budget Responsibility. And of course, we all know that forecasts are all likely to be wrong. We will be scrutinising the Office for Budget Responsibility next Tuesday morning in the Treasury Select Committee, and we look forward to asking them the questions about their assumptions. But my view in terms of their role is a bit like the Sir Winston Churchill quote about democracy, that it's the worst form of government except for all the others that have been tried. So I think that although all economic forecasts are likely to be wrong in some way, and the Office for Budget Responsibility forecasts certainly often will not be the most accurate, I think it's a lot better than the alternative of either the Treasury marking its own homework, or indeed better than having a budget with no forecast from the Office for Budget Responsibility at all, because I think it reassures the markets on which we are so dependent for our borrowing. Now, there's obviously been good and even better progress on inflation since the peak of over 11% after Putin's evil invasion of Ukraine. And it's vital that all of today's budget measures are looked at through the lens of the inflation, because we don't want to have anything that could prevent that progress towards 2% that the Bank of England is expecting by the middle of this year. And I think that we heard today from the Chancellor that he has looked through exactly that lens when he has announced the measures today. So there are a range of things that will really help. The 5 pence off the price of fuel at the pump going on for another year will be very helpful to drivers in West Worcestershire and elsewhere in the country. The freeze on alcohol duty will be welcomed in the pubs across West Worcestershire and across the country. And the public sector productivity plan, I think, is crucial to make sure that we get value for money from our public services. Now, when it comes to the second economic objective of growth, I think we can all welcome the fact that employment growth has been so strong that the economy has created over 800 jobs a day over the last 14 years. And at previous fiscal events, we've seen steps in the plan that help grow the productive size of the UK economy, because now that we're at full employment, that becomes incredibly important because it helps sustain non-inflationary growth. So to take one example, Madam Deputy Speaker, in terms of stimulating that all-important investment into the economy, the big announcement a year ago was the full expensing of investment, and indeed that was made permanent at the autumn statement. Today we heard it's going to be extended to leased assets as well. And what the BBC in their fact check has noticed, that when this was first announced, it was expected that the economy would benefit greatly. The Chancellor said its impact on the economy will be huge. And the Office for Budget Responsibility said it would increase business investment by 3% a year. Well, in fact, since the policy came into force on the 1st of April, we've seen the level of business investment for the whole of the year last year was 6.1% higher than it was in 2022. So we heard today some more welcome steps that will increase business investment and other investment into the UK economy. Whether it was the tax reliefs in some of the creative industries, whether it was the announcement for British ISAs, which should encourage more investment and long-term investment into our economy, the Back to Work plan, the childcare plan. There were lots of other measures that will unlock growth. I will give way.
For giving way, but I just wonder if she thinks that the Chancellor, indeed herself, is being a little bit complacent over the issue of investment, because Although it's true that business investment is higher now than it was in 2010, it's still the lowest in the G7 and amongst the lowest in the OECD. So why haven't we seen more public investment from the Chancellor today? Because we know that public investment will crowd in that private investment. Why haven't we seen much bolder, more ambitious work on investment today, which is what this economy is crying out for?
Today from the Chancellor about how strong the growth in UK investment has been. We've heard additional investment in terms of the productivity of our National Health Service, and we also heard, and I think this is absolutely crucially important, measures that will increase the attractiveness in investment in some of the fastest growing sectors across this economy. And I give way to my friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend to give way. Just she agree with me that it's extraordinary that the honourable member for the representing the Green Party didn't welcome the 270 million for advanced manufacturing in clean aviation, in clean vehicles, the 120 million in clean tech manufacturing. This is the UK investing in the technology of clean growth, is it not?
Well, it is indeed, and I'm glad that my honourable friend welcomes it, even if it was not welcomed by the representative of the Green Party. I think that what we can see in terms of, if I just make a little, do you want to talk on investment?
I want to just take her back to what she just said about the investment in childcare, and remind her, of course, that this week brings International Women's Day, and that cost of childcare is such an important issue for so many mums in this country. And of course it was the Conservatives who rolled out the 30 hours of free childcare. It's the Conservatives who are rolling out free childcare to 2-year-olds and 9 months old. And we absolutely must welcome that additional investment for childcare and indeed in families through the support and child benefit that will help mums to get into well-paid jobs.
I wholeheartedly endorse what my honourable friend has said, and she is absolutely right to point to the importance of this investment in childcare in helping female employment growth. And female employment growth has already been remarkably strong over the last 14 years, and I'm confident that these measures will make further progress in increasing the non-inflationary growth capacity of the UK economy. I think there were other measures that are announced today that will help on the growth front. I think cutting national insurance again is also a smart way to help growth. It not only adds money into working people's pockets, of 27 million people across this country will see an extra £900 a year in terms of money in their bank accounts, but it will also make work more attractive. And we've heard from the Office for Budget Responsibility that actually it's cutting national insurance that has the biggest marginal impact in bringing people back into work. 94,000 from the last cut. It'll be interesting to see whether they continue to expect that to have a significant impact. It's a really smart way to cut taxes for working people. And another point that I'd like to make about it is that it's UK-wide, so that it will be felt in Scotland as well. In terms of debt falling, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can see that the bond markets have stabilised. The Office for Budget Responsibility numbers confirm that progress in terms of debt. I want to just bring the House's attention to a report that we just recently published in our committee that focuses on the Bank of England and its quantitative tightening. They themselves are selling £100 billion of gilts into the market over the course of this year. They've acknowledged that this actually increases the cost to the exchequer of borrowing by probably about 1/10 to 1/4 of a percentage point. And so I think as a cross-party committee, we wanted to flag up the impact that that could potentially have and send a message to the Bank of England, the independent Bank of England, about some of the ways in which quantitative tightening does have an impact on the real economy. And as a cross-party committee, we obviously are never going to agree on the level or scope of taxes between us, but one of the things that we do have unanimity, does he want to come on the fact that the rate of tax is higher in Scotland?
What I do want to raise is the issue of quantitative easing that she's just highlighted, because there's obviously going to be a very significant supply of gilts over the course of the coming period, and that obviously is going to have an impact on the gilt market, on yields that are there. And of course, it will influence the Bank of England and what happens in the interest rate cycle. And crucially, out of all of that, it's going to make it pretty difficult in the coming period to see any material growth in money supply, particularly M4. That is going to impact growth, given where we are.
Well, I'm sorry he didn't acknowledge that income tax is higher in Scotland, but he does make a very good point about quantitative tightening and its impact on the real economy, and it is potentially out there as a factor that can have a real impact, and we will be watching it very closely on our committee. We're, as a cross-party committee, never going to agree on the level and scope of taxes, but we do agree that the tax system is too complicated. We have a very complicated tax system in this country with well over 1,000 different tax reliefs. But I do think that despite the abolition of the Office for Tax Simplification, there have been some major tax simplifications under this Chancellor. We've heard about the way in which he eliminated in the autumn statement the national insurance class. We've heard about how he has simplified the lifetime allowance for pensions. And we also have heard today that he has started to tackle some of the very perverse cliff edges, high marginal tax rates and disincentives to work that do exist throughout the tax system. By raising the VAT tax threshold, he has helped small businesses who may hold back because they don't want to go through that. And in terms of universal credit, we've done so much over the years to reduce those high marginal tax rates and disincentives. And so it was great to hear the Chancellor today really focus on addressing this high income child benefit charge. Yeah. When we brought it in, and I voted for it at the time, £50,000 a year was a high rate of income. With the progress in terms of higher incomes, the median income in those days was about 22,000. Now the median income is about 35,000. And so £50,000 these days is not more than about 40% over the median income. And that's why it was absolutely right today that the Chancellor recognised that in his budget statement. And he has made the taper that much less of a disincentive to people taking on work above that income level. Of course, I'd have loved to have seen him do even more, but I am very grateful for what he has done. Did someone try and intervene on me? Was that, no, I was just hallucinating there. Right, I will come to a rapid close then, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, what I want to say is that it is clear that on this side of the House, there is a plan. Yeah. It is clear that there is a plan to get inflation down. It is clear there's a plan for increasing the growth rate and the growth capacity of the UK economy without sparking inflation again. And it's clear that there is a plan to get debt falling. And I think we can all see that that plan is working. I think we should stick to that plan and not go back to square one. Yeah.
Before I call the spokesman for the SNP, it might be helpful for members. It's all right, everyone could sit down now. It might be helpful for honourable members to know that I hope to be able to manage the debate, certainly at the beginning, without a formal time limit. And if everybody speaks for around 6 to 7 minutes, then we will manage that without a formal time limit. If we can't quite manage that, we will put on a formal time limit, which will begin with around 7 minutes, but will reduce as the day goes on. I now call the spokesman for the SNP, Drew Hendry.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And traditional at this point, I would thank the Chancellor for advance sight of his redacted statement. But having seen the statement, I realise I was given an entirely different redacted document. But not to worry, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've seen all the details in the press over the past day or so. Seeing those unredacted words is nice, but not essential for this response. I can also thank the Chancellor for the courtesy of staying unlike some of his colleagues in the chamber, to listen to the words of the third party here. It doesn't happen all the time, but I think it's very, very good practice for a party that might well be in the position of third party after the next election. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor during his autumn statement said that was a statement for growth. But what have we seen since his autumn statement? Growth has gone down. It's grown into recession, in fact. And the OBR are saying today, having steadily declined since early 2022, real GDP per person is forecast to trough at 1.25% below its pre-pandemic peak in the first half of 2024. So that was not a statement for growth, and this is not a budget for growth. Again, I do, with the Chancellor, like to start with some measures that I would welcome from his points that he's made today. First of all, albeit the softest possible landing he could have given them, the decision to at least address the non-dom status is a positive move forward. The changes to child benefit, and here we must give credit to Paul Lewis, who's campaigned on this, and indeed, similar to the press, Paul Lewis has tweeted today that he was tipped off by the Chancellor that this was coming, so that's very good as well. The lifetime ISAs move is welcome. The R&D support for aerospace, although the smallest possible step that could have been taken in investment in this industry, again, is something to be welcomed, as is for any further investment in life sciences with this. The Chancellor has put a lot of store on productivity in his speech today. He's going to solve everything with productivity. Yet if we look back over the past 14 years, and indeed before that, one of the things that the UK has been exceptionally poor at is productivity. It hasn't budged at all. So I don't see how the Chancellor, productivity, look at the figures for Scotland. He's saying, what about Scotland? Look at the figures for Scotland over the past 14 years and we can have that debate. He said earlier that vacancies would be easy to fill with immigration. This is the party who imposed Brexit, joined by the Labour Party and now the Lib Dems, and stopped free movement. Of course it would be easy to fill vacancies with people, skilled people who want to do the jobs that we have, who want to fill those vital jobs in tourism, hospitality, the National Health Service, the Care Service, and across many other sectors. But of course that's been taken away by this place. Now, his national insurance cuts today are already being measured by the economists who are looking at this, to point out that the gains will be cancelled, as was last time, by the freeze on thresholds. There's very, very little for people on low incomes, zero for 17.8 million on less than £12,750. So there is not a lot of sense in the measure that he's taken. He also boasted about the fact of taking over with inflation at 11%, but I think it's important for us to remember the Tory government was in charge when inflation was at 11%. It is their child, this problem with inflation. And they also suggest that somehow 4% is a triumph. 4% is still 4% inflation. Prices still go up. This is, let's face it, this is a last-ditch, tone-deaf approach to desperately try to recover in the polls. It's the embodiment of the Tory party before the people. Where are the real measures that have real impact on the cost of living? The one thing that people need the most direct help with. For those living in fear of the energy bill, being told once again that their direct debits are increasing, slicing more off their take-home pay, none of this is more than cold comfort. To those people staring in disbelief as they realise that their shopping bills are more than 25% higher than they were a couple of years ago, this will stick in their throats. To those trust to their new much higher mortgages and rents directly because of reckless decisions of this place, the walls are closing in for them. And on public services, he's failed people again. Paul Johnson of the IFS noted that the Chancellor would have to explain how public services already on their knees could possibly take more cuts. And let's not forget the £19 billion he slashed from public spending in the autumn statement. They also noted the economic case for tax cuts is weak. The public finances remain in a poor position. And the Chancellor is, in his budget today, promoting a further £20 billion cut, according to the IFS. Public services have already been left struggling after 14 years of underfunding, 14 years of economic chaos and blunder from mini-budgets to Brexit, colossal wastes of hundreds of billions of pounds and fraud and cronyism. Public finances are now so pared to the bone that we can see the marrow. Is it any wonder that a growing number of English councils, one by one, whether Tory, Labour or Lib Dem run, are now effectively bankrupt? People in Scotland needed a budget that delivered funding that would have allowed investment for our public services, real investment in the NHS that supports families, a budget that supports families with the cost of living taken into account and properly invests in green energy, not another austerity Chancellor taking an even bigger axe to investment than his predecessors. When it does come to that election in Scotland, they will have their say and they will have their choice. It's a clear choice between SNP calls to invest in public services and the economy and in our communities, in our town centres and city centres, in our manufacturing future, in our rural areas, in our tourism industry, in our food and drink sector, in the priorities they hold, in the values that they hold dear. These will be the major dividing lines at the general election. The Scottish Government is committed to protecting people from some of the worst Westminster policies and is making a real difference to the lives of people in Scotland despite their limited powers. The Prime Minister might be under the impression that the cost of living crisis is easing, but that assessment will be a slap in the face for households across Scotland who are still facing the consequences of over a decade of Tory cuts and mismanagement of the economy. People will see straight through attempts by the Chancellor to make up for falling living standards and underfunded public services and wage stagnation with this poorly timed national insurance cut that for most households won't improve their overall standard of life. And leaving aside his failure to deal with the fiscal drag, which, as I said, wipes out much of the benefit of the NI cuts, leaving aside the vast inequality in both benefits to the better off by his actions and the geographical effect that means London benefits much more than anywhere else, he can't escape the fact that the government has now imposed the highest tax burden since the end of World War II. Now, I want to tackle the issues of tax in Scotland. It comes there. In Scotland, our progressive moves that mean that not only do the majority of people pay less tax, but they also pay far lower council tax than in England. They're supported with free prescriptions, don't have to pay tuition fees and get the game-changing Scottish Child payment and more. Doing what is right, investing in our people, not leaving them high and dry. Whilst the Tories cut public funding in England, the Scottish Government's progressive approach to income tax has worked to raise a significant revenue to invest in public services in Scotland. The Scottish Government's tax regime means that on average households in the lower half of the income distribution are £400 better off a year than they would be in the rest of the UK. Around 58% of households are better off under the Scottish tax and social security system than they would be in the rest of the UK. Taking a different progressive course on income tax in Scotland means that in 24-25, the Scottish Fiscal Commission estimates that the Scottish Government will have around £1.5 billion of additional revenues compared to if it had followed the UK Government's tax policies. The Scottish Government continues to reaffirm their social contract with the Scottish people, with people across Scotland reaping the benefits through, as I've said, free prescription, free university tuition, free school meals, free bus travel for the under-22s, free dental care until 26, publicly owned rail services and free childcare for 2-, 3- and 4-year-olds, and 7 additional welfare payments, including, as I've noted, the revolutionary Scottish Child payment. payment. Now, before I move on to other matters, let's just talk about the economy and the other measure that that the Chancellor mentioned today, which was freezing the tax on Scotch whisky. As in the autumn statement, you'd say that is not enough. This is a massive industry to Scotland. It's a massive export for both Scotland in terms of food and drink and indeed the UK, and yet it's still taxed at 70-odd%. They needed a cut in that tax today in order to deliver what they could do. And the fact that it wasn't addressed in the budget is a shame on them. Austerity is an ever-decreasing circle, and it's fiscal madness to pursue the same policies that have been failing so obvious for many years. Yet none of these parties can bear to face the truth that for an economy to grow, it needs proper investment, for public services to deliver, to free up the potential of our people. They need to be supported, not asset stripped and starved of those resources. The Chancellor mentioned £2.5 billion for digitisation of the NHS in order to get those so-called productivity gains. How much of that is going to go to private companies, I wonder, when the dust settles? They should have boosted NHS spending by £15 billion to improve healthcare after the UK government imposed real terms cuts this year. Funding NHS pay properly to match Scotland, where there have been no NHS strikes and caught up for their previous cuts. Where was the announcement on settling with the victims of the contaminated blood scandal? Missing. Moving on to the economy, he should have turbocharged investment in green energy by investing at least £28 billion a year to compete in the global green energy gold rush and secure sustained economic growth. Where else is the serious high-return growth supposed to come from? We haven't heard it mentioned here today. We don't know where it is. That £28 billion is needed. The Labour advisers have told the Labour Party that £28 billion a year is needed. Everybody knows that £28 billion a year is needed, and yet none of them are willing to make the investment that's needed to protect us. The abandonment of the just transition, and it's fantastic. Oh, they're chuntering from a sedentary position on the Labour front bench. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear, imagine picking up on that one. Their big U-turn, their big abandonment of the just transition. Well, it's a pretty big U-turn. I know it's one of many, but it's a pretty big U-turn. The fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, the fact that they're rattled, I think just shows how much they feel this. Their and the government's abandonment of the just transition and its fantastic opportunity from the Tories and from the shadows in the Labour Party is reckless and stupid, economically and for the desperate need to act on climate change. The failure to invest in this will hold back Scotland from reaching our green energy ambitions and leave households vulnerable to future energy crises. The Chancellor must finally match the level of ambition we're seeing in other countries. They've been shown by the European Union, by the United States with their Inflation Reduction Act, that this is an issue that needs to be taken seriously, and yet they are sitting on their hands. Scotland can be at the forefront of the green energy revolution thanks to our incredible natural resources inshore and offshore wind, wave, tidal and hydro power. But with Labour and the Tories intent on pulling the rug from under the industry's feet, we risk seeing yet another generation of energy potential wasted by Westminster. So the Chancellor should finally commit to properly investing in renewables and must decouple the price of gas from the price of electricity. You cannot ensure a just transition from oil and gas for the people and communities that rely on it if you squeeze the life out of the sector overnight. We know that households across Scotland have been badly hit by the energy crisis, and proper investment in renewables can reduce the bills for households. Citizens Advice Scotland revealed that in the last 4 years, they've seen the number of people requesting advice and support with energy bills increase by 14 times. The Labour Party are saying, from a sedentary position, that I'm going on too long. I take that as a sign they're not comfortable with what I'm saying here, and they would like me to. They're bored. They're bored by the just transition. They're bored by the cost of energy that people have to bear. They're bored by all these things.
About to ask for order so that the honourable gentleman could be heard, but I think that the noise is coming from immediately behind him. But as I have, the honourable gentleman mustn't shout at me. You can shout at other people, but don't shout at me. Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can make more progress if uninterrupted, so I do appreciate your advice on that. Talking of advice, I want to come back to Citizens Advice Scotland. They revealed that in the last 4 years they've seen the number of people requesting advice and support with energy bills increase by 14 times. That's a shocking increase. And proper investment in green energy can make sure that people in Scotland never have to face an energy crisis of this scale again. Now, you could have, as I said, helped families with the cost of living by scrapping grossly unfair and unequal energy bill standing charges and using a £12 billion wealth tax to fund a £400 annual energy discount for households, reintroduced mortgage interest tax relief, capped supermarket food prices and matched the Scottish Child payment UK-wide. He could have boosted UK finances, but he chose not to. By he could have introduced a long overdue essentials guarantee while scrapping callous policies such as the two-child limit and the benefit cap. And of course, one of the most game-changing things he could have done is finally give up on the failed experiment that has been Brexit, rejoin the EU single market and deliver economic growth. Now, the Chancellor must support businesses and introduce measures to support tourism and the hospitality industries. We know that businesses have faced a very challenging period with COVID, Brexit and increased costs from all sides, making life more difficult for people across Scotland. That's why the SNP are calling on the Chancellor to reduce the rate of VAT for the tourism and hospitality sector. It's not too late for him to do that. To reinstate VAT-free shopping for international visitors, and to implement VAT-free streets to support struggling town centres and high streets. If nothing is done to halt the decline, they continue to be ignored, as they have been for too long, then communities will suffer and far more tax will be lost in the longer term than providing them with some support. They could choose to construct these mini enterprise zones, working with devolved governments and local authorities to agree sectors and areas where support is most needed. They could benefit from the reductions in VAT, or if the need is great enough, then no VAT. This could be tied to, for example, businesses agreeing to pay the real living wage. As the Chief Executive of Marks and Spencer said yesterday, he's described operating under the current government as like, and I quote, running up a downwards escalator with a rucksack on your back. If the government can roll out free ports, then why not free ports for people? They could reduce, as I've said, alcohol duty for whisky and other spirits and support Scotland's thriving whisky sector that adds £7.1 billion to the UK economy. Businesses in Scotland can no longer afford to be held back by the UK's low-growth economy. So the Chancellor should bring in measures to support businesses that have been left paying the price for the UK government's disastrous Brexit. It's clear that the SNP is the only party committed to rejoining the EU and giving Scottish businesses the chance to access goods and talent from our 27 closest neighbours. The Scottish Government is committed to protecting people of Scotland from some of the worst Westminster policies and is making a real difference to the lives of people in Scotland despite their limited powers. The cut to the Scottish Government's capital budget and finance transactions has meant that they've had to take some very difficult decisions in this year's budget, but they're still committed to delivering for the people of Scotland. The SNP fully support the £3.3 billion package the UK Government have delivered for Northern Ireland and urge the Chancellor to make similar funding available in line with the Barnett formula to help the Scottish Government deal with the budget pressures they are facing. So the Scottish Government are freezing the council tax, or at least freezing the council tax, except in Tory, Lib Dem and some Labour councils where they think that people should pay more. They're lifting 100,000 children out of poverty with measures like the Scottish Child Payment, providing support to help mitigate additional heating costs that households of the most severely disabled children and young people face in the winter months through the child winter housing payments, provide free school meals to all children in primaries 1 to 5 and eligible children throughout the school, providing all babies in Scotland with the essentials needed for the first 6 months of a child's life through the baby box, and introducing 1,140 hours of funded early learning and childcare to all 3- and 4-year-olds and eligible 2-year-olds. Making bus travel free for 2 million people in Scotland, including all children and young people under 22, eligible disabled people and everybody 60 or over. This is just a snapshot of some of the landmark policies the Scottish Government has brought in. And all of these have been achieved against the backdrop of limited powers and being tied to a Westminster system that, as we've seen from this budget today, continues to do nothing for the people of Scotland.
Just to emphasise what Madam Deputy Speaker said, it would be very helpful if colleagues could confine their remarks to, now it's probably 6 minutes, so that we can get everybody in with equal time. Father of the House, Sir Peter Bottomley.
Deputy Speaker, it's interesting to follow the honourable gentleman who spoke for the SNP. I was waiting to hear how the experiment with higher taxation is going. And I would invite the SNP to see if they can publish the figures showing how many of the top 10 philanthropists in Scotland 5 years ago are still paying tax in Scotland, and how the top 10 individual taxpayers in Scotland 5 years ago are doing now. And then, well, it's an example. The SNP don't like having questions put to them. There you are. When the Leader of the Opposition started speaking, it sounded to begin with as though it was the voice of his health spokesman speaking. But I also reflected on his reflection over the last few years. It's in the memory of the House that in 2017 and 2019, he wanted the Prime Minister to be his right honourable friend, the member for Islington North. When there was a vacancy to be leader of the Labour Party in succession to the right honourable gentleman, the candidate who was most close to Islington North was the person who is now the leader of the opposition. And his journey over the last couple of years in changing his views or his approach seems to be quite significant. I think people can believe that the Labour Party wants to change. For example, in the town where I represent 2/3 of it, in one of the constituencies, none of the local councillors was judged suitable to be put in a shortlist to be selected as the parliamentary candidate. That shows central power in the hands of the Leader of the Opposition and his national executive, which I think most people would have found surprising. If I'd been one of the Labour councillors told I couldn't apply, I'd have got pretty upset. The reaction I've had from my constituents to the financial statement and the budget have come down to one particular point where someone said, could there please be a change on the level of pension pot that requires financial advice? When that was brought in 2015, the level was £30,000. My constituent, who has a pension pot of £32,500, has been quoted £7,000 for advice on how to be able to realise this relatively small pension pot. I'd asked Treasury Ministers to consider whether in the finance bill they can lift that figure, say, to £40,000 or £50,000, so that people who want to gather up a small part of their defined benefit pension can use it. The second reaction I had from a constituent was that since Labour took control of Worthing Borough Council, 2/3 of the reserves have gone within 2 years, and people are worrying whether the council can remain solvent. If that's a test for what Labour might do in government, I think it's a pretty good reason to follow the Chancellor and our present Prime Minister and re-elect us so we can go on trying to bring up the levels of productivity, bring up the levels of growth, bring up the reform and development of public services by getting more people into work, higher tax revenues and preferably lower rates of tax themselves. The Chancellor has announced changes to the penalties on child benefit. I go back far enough to remember when most of the value of child benefit came in the value of the child tax allowance. Children can't work. If I had a dependent pensioner in my household, there would be an income coming with them. For any family who has a child under working age, they ought to be able to get the kind of support so over a family life cycle, you receive support when you need it, and you pay back when you're more dependent or able to work. And I hope we can move to a stage where the whole of that child benefit penalty goes completely. There's no philosophical justification, there's no economic justification. It was an error, and I hope I voted against it when it came in. I probably did, you know. I'm that sort of person. There are many other things on the environmental side, which I won't go into because of the limitations on time. I hope that the proposed district heating scheme, which the government wants to have as one of their flagship projects supported by the local authority, can go ahead. There's a problem now with the cost of lane rental and putting hot pipes under our roads. But I think we do need to give serious attention to how we get the major investment so that nearly all our homes come off burning hydrocarbons, whether it's gas or the like, and get onto a solar heating or heat pumps, either air or ground source heating. That's going to require a major effort, especially for residential leasehold properties. And my concluding point is the Chancellor announced more money for more free schools. I hope one of them will be the SEND school proposed in Worthing, in the new Durrington estate. Nearly 1 child in 5 in West Sussex has some kind of a statement. They deserve specialist support. It's good for them and it's good for the other children. And I hope we'll get an announcement on that very soon. Having said that, I welcome the government's plans. I think those who say that they will take us back to square one are exactly right.
Dame Angela Eagle.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I think this was a budget entirely focused on the electoral prospects of the Conservative Party, not the needs of the country or our people. And so the Chancellor decided his only chance to get them through that election was to trumpet so-called tax cuts. But the tax burden is actually going up. And he's made an incredible series of assumptions about departmental spending up to 5 years in the future, and then blown all the money that he's saved from making those assumptions on pre-election giveaways. It was obvious from the moment that the Chancellor sat down last November that this early budget would contain more so-called cuts to personal taxes, albeit against a background of rising taxes, as the OBR confirms at paragraph 1.21, page 12 of its report. Taxes will rise as a percentage of GDP all the way up to 2028-29. Now, the Chancellor said as much that he was seeking tax cuts before the OBR had even produced its current forecasts. He said it before the UK's economic situation had deteriorated, landing our economy in a technical recession, wiping out his expected fiscal headroom. And he hinted at tax cuts before it emerged that our economy is now smaller than it was when the Prime Minister first walked into Downing Street. So in recent days we've observed the Chancellor and Prime Minister engaged in an edifying, increasingly frantic search for tax rises and future spending cuts to top up the kitty for personal tax giveaways. And they've come up with a vape tax, changes to non-dom status, which were proposed by Labour and long ridiculed by the Chancellor himself. And perhaps the Minister, when he replies, will indicate whether those that no longer pay non-dom no longer have non-dom tax status will actually pay inheritance tax. And we've also had changes to the tax treatment of the holiday let regime. So whilst the party opposite cheered the tax cut sleight of hand, let's bear in mind some facts. Despite all the Chancellor's smoke and mirrors, the tax burden at the end of this Parliament will be higher than it has been since the Second World War. Yet our public services are crumbling around us, with 1 in 10 local authorities on the verge of bankruptcy, and our infrastructure and public realm falling apart. And the cost of living crisis persists, with the UK's real wage growth the slowest than it has been since the Napoleonic Wars. No wonder we have a flatlining economy, because the freeze to income tax and national insurance thresholds is due to raise $44 billion in the next 5 years, as millions of people are dragged into higher rate tax. The personal tax cuts the Chancellor is brandishing today are, in other words, completely drowned out by these other huge increases in tax, and the Chancellor and his predecessor have announced even more. The Chancellor's claimed it's his moral duty to cut taxes, but in reality he's put them up, and he just hopes nobody will notice. But Madam, I'm happy to give one.
She's making a powerful case for the need for investment in public services, but in that context I do wonder why the Labour Party appears to be supporting the freezing of the fuel duty, because we know that the cost of freezing fuel duty since 2010 is now a staggering £90 billion, and climate emissions are also 7% higher than they would have been since 2010 if that policy hadn't been in effect. So precisely because she wants to see more money going into public services, can she explain why Labour is supporting this extraordinary policy?
Well, I certainly think that the costing of that policy in the scorecard should be more honest, and it should be taken out of the scorecard if it's not going to be put into effect. Taxes are still higher than they've been since the Second World War, and the government has continued to fritter away billions on fraud and waste. Just today we learned that taxpayers have had to pick up the bill for the Science Minister's legal costs and damages in a libel case. How much has that debacle cost us? First, the Conservatives gave us the catastrophic mini-budget with its unfunded tax cuts, which spooked the markets and sent mortgage costs and rents soaring for millions. Now the current Chancellor has decided to fund his election giveaways with the fiscal fiction of huge cuts in planned departmental spending, scheduled to last for the whole of the next Parliament. There are no detailed plans on how these cuts in spending can be safely delivered, because we won't have a spending review, and today the Chancellor confirmed that there will not be a spending review until after the next general election. He's penciled in a so-called increase of nearly 1% for departmental budget spending, but he's not compensated for higher than expected inflation, population growth or any extra cost pressures.
Would my old friend give way?
I'm happy to.
My old friend for the group give way. It's not just flatlining in terms of 1%, but if she looks at capital on page 27 of the Red Book, that most departments are actually either staying still or in some cases actually, like the Home Office, Education and Defence, actually having their by 2024-25 having their budgets cut.
My right honourable friend must be able to read my mind, because that was exactly the point that I was coming on to make in real terms, up to 18% cuts in unprotected departments, going all the way through to the end of the next Parliament, which have been described by David Gauke, the ex-Tory Treasury Minister, as the height of fiscal irresponsibility. So the legacy of this government is a burgeoning government debt, up from 64.7% of GDP when Labour left office in 2010 to 95% now. The Chancellor will just barely meet his own self-imposed fiscal rules by the tiniest of margins. Meanwhile, his neglect means that NHS waiting lists have soared, with 7.8 million treatments outstanding, and despite publishing 11 plans for growth since 2010, the trend growth rate is down from 2.3% in the 2000s to 0.8% this year. There's no regional plan, no working industrial strategy, no sign of levelling up, as regional disparities are widening, not closing. And our GDP is now 400 billion less than expected from the growth rate forecast by the OBR in 2010. Wages have stagnated. The government have also delivered deepening levels of poverty caused by low wages and real-term benefit cuts, which have reduced the incomes of the poorest 20% and seen the number of people relying on food banks go from 60,000 to nearly 3 million. So we've seen the last desperate throw of the dice from a failing, discredited government, which has long since run out of ideas and is finally running out of road.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I've declared my business interests in the register. I'm pleased the Chancellor started by reminding the nation that under Conservative leadership, governments since 2010 have presided over the creation of 800 new jobs every day, every week, every month, every year, and have halved unemployment. The scourge of worklessness, which was inherited, has been banished, and we now have the less worrying problem that we can't get enough people to fill all the jobs, rather than the other way around of not having enough jobs for the people. And I'm pleased that he reminded the House that we have outperformed in growth all of the major European nations. But I'm sure he would agree with me that that is a very feeble target to set ourselves, and we are now free to do so much better. And the question we need to ask is, why has the United States of America so outperformed Europe so comprehensively for so long, and what can we learn? And the first thing we can learn from them is a better system of economic policy guidance and control. The requirements on the Federal Reserve Board, their central bank, is a balanced mandate. It is not just the 2% inflation, which is a very necessary target, which we share, but also they are to promote growth and growth in employment, so they understand the trade-offs and can adjust the policy accordingly. And I would like us, as our way of steering the economy, to get rid of fanciful made-up figures for 5 years' time by the OBR, which are always wrong, and to have two main aims: to have that 2% inflation target not merely binding on the bank, but also binding on the whole government, because government has a big impact on prices and wages. And I would want us to have a 2% growth rate, considerably higher growth rate than European countries have been achieving in the last decade, which I think is achievable if we took the right actions. Now, to do that, we need the Bank of England to work in sympathy with the government's policy. And I remind the House that there is a dual mandate on the bond portfolio, the so-called APF, and the Bank of England, having bought far too many bonds at ridiculously high prices on very low yields, running a very loose policy which gave us an inflation, has now lurched too far the other way, is running too tight a policy, is selling far too many bonds at much lower prices, prices it deliberately lowered in the market, and saddling us with losses. In this document, it confirms that the accumulated losses paid so far, which taxpayers and the Treasury have to pay, amount to £49 billion since the thing flipped over in 2022. 34 billion year to date, the last figure I saw. Unaffordable, unnecessary, quite wrong policy, meaning we have less growth and a far bigger bill. I'm very glad that the government has decided to major on productivity in general, and in particular on public sector productivity. It was some months ago when I stumbled across a figure in ONS figures well concealed, saying that in the 3 years from COVID, we had lost 7.5% productivity in our public services. So I did a quick back-of-the-envelope calculation and said that's roughly 30 billion. It means that it costs £30 billion more today to produce the same level and range of public service as it did before COVID, as well, of course, as many tens of billions more on top of that that you actually have to pay because of all the inflation. So it was a 30 billion hit. I now see that the government more or less agrees. The Chancellor has costed the loss in his figures at 6% rather than 7.5%, but he has said that he wants to eliminate a 5% productivity shortfall out of the 6%, and he costs that at 20 billion, which is exactly the same as my 30 billion for 7.5%. So that is felicitous indeed. And so the issue is, how are they going to go about doing this? Now, I hear the scheme for the NHS, that there's going to be a very elaborate expenditure on very wide-ranging centralised computerisation. Good luck with that. But I wouldn't rely just on that myself for my productivity package for the public services. And you don't actually need new investment to get yourselves back to the productivity level you were at in 2019. You don't need to use all today's wonderful AI. You just need to use what you already got, which you had in 2019. And it's about management, it's about personnel, and it's about giving the personnel the right tasks. And what we've seen is a huge increase
in managerial positions and administrative positions, and far from managing things better, it's managing it less well. We had a shocking case in the press recently where there were an awful lot of managers presiding over a prison that had gone wrong, and they weren't able to actually do the more important day-by-day things that were needed in order to resolve the problem. If you look at the way in which there's been this huge expansion in the civil service and other public administration in the COVID period, you will see not only has there been a big increase in numbers, but there's also been a big increase in those who have been promoted up the grades for whatever reason. But you do need enough people that somebody is supervising, and you don't need all supervisors because they are often too posh to do the work. So we do need to manage things better, and that is the productivity challenge before us. I would also urge the government to abolish UK government investment. It is a very expensive body that has a completely dreadful track record in that it is presided over the post office and did nothing to deal with the sub-postmasters, and it presided over £1,400 million of accumulated losses, bankrupting the corporation. And then it presides over Network Rail, and the whole rail industry, and Network Rail and HS2 is absorbing £33 billion of public money this year, and I don't think we're getting value for it. So, my time is up. Government, redouble your efforts on productivity. Understand it's mainly about who you hire and what you ask them to do, and get rid of UK GI, and ministers take responsibility for the dreadfully badly performing nationalised industries.
Sir Ed Davey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What we heard from the Chancellor was a budget that reeks of desperation and deceit, from a government that knows it's lost the trust of the British people. A bottom-of-the-barrel budget, nothing to make families truly better off after the catastrophic fall in living standards we've seen under the Conservatives, and no plan for long-term economic growth, no real extra support for the NHS and our public services, and no end in sight to the years of unfair tax hikes. Just a last-ditch attempt from the Conservative Party to cling on to power. But Madam Deputy Speaker, people have had enough of this government's empty promises. What they want is a general election to get this out-of-touch government out of Downing Street. They are sick and tired of a government that promised in last year's budget to grow the economy, only to plunge it into recession. With a government that promised to bring down NHS waiting lists, only to let them continue up and up, and that promised to cut tax, but instead has hit families with years of unfair stealth tax rises. Never before have I seen a government deliver weaker public services, higher taxes and zero growth all at the same time, and all in the middle of a cost of living crisis. Madam Deputy Speaker, I fear that by designing his economic policy to give a short-term sugar rush to Conservative backbenchers, the Chancellor is condemning millions of families to high mortgage rates for much, much longer. And you don't need to take my word for it. Look at the OBR. The OBR forecasts mortgage rates staying at 4% or more for the next 5 years at least. This is a disaster for homeowners across the United Kingdom. And let's look at taxes. The Chancellor seems desperate to convince people he's letting them keep more of their own money, but he's fooling no one. Everyone can see his supposed tax cut for what it really is, a badly executed conjuring trick. Giving with one hand, but taking away twice as much with the other. Since last April, a typical household has already paid another £1,500 extra because of the Chancellor's stealth tax on income tax thresholds. That's money they're simply not going to get back. But even after today's announcement, that same family will pay an additional £366 in tax next year because the Chancellor has frozen their tax-free allowance. And on top of that, they've got soaring mortgage payments, food prices and energy bills all to worry about. This tax cut has already been wiped out by the time the ink dried on the Chancellor's speech. But people were also looking for investment in our public services, especially our NHS. Across our country, I see more and more frustration that nothing seems to work anymore under this government. People can't get a hospital appointment in time, they can't get to see their GP in time, and they can't get an ambulance on time. Like in Hampshire, where the local NHS is so stretched, there's a proposal to close the A&E at the Royal Hampshire County Hospital. In Manchester, where Stepping Hill Hospital has had an entire outpatient ward closed for months because it's unsafe for patients and staff. Or in South London, where St Helier Hospital has been left to crumble with no sign of the investment promised by this government. A&E and maternity services are at risk of closure. Not for a second. When the Chancellor makes cruel cuts to vital services, it doesn't just affect numbers on a spreadsheet, it affects people's lives. He either doesn't get that, or he just doesn't care. I give way.
I'm hearing what the right gentleman was saying about investment, but he was actually part of a coalition from 2010 to 2015, which savagely cut services in the North East, including local government expenditure and health expenditure and others, which is now having to be picked up because the austerity has continued. Does he take any responsibility for his role in where we're at with some of these crumbling infrastructure?
But I say to the Honourable Gentleman quite gently, if he looks at the spending plans that were proposed by the Labour Party going to the 2010 election, they were actually worse than what actually happened. And moreover, we fought the Conservatives in the government to maintain spending on education, which we did, and then they cut it after 2015. Madam Deputy Speaker, if we look now at the economy, perhaps the most out-of-touch claim by the Chancellor is that the economy is turning a corner. The only corner the economy is turning under this government is from stagnation to recession. They left our economy smaller than it was in 2022 when the Prime Minister took office. The best growth rate they've achieved in the last 3 quarters of 2023 is 0%. GDP per capita, people's share in our country's wealth, has been falling for nearly 2 years in a row. That's the longest stretch on record, and it's left the average household £1,500 poorer. And there's worse to come, Madam Deputy Speaker. Nearly 5 million mortgage holders will soon see their repayments skyrocket by an average of £240 a month due to the high interest rates. This is the government's real track record, a recession made in Downing Street with no hint of a chance to turn things around. The Chancellor could have stood up today and given people a fair deal. He could have cancelled the unfair tax hike he's planned for April and raised the tax-free personal allowance. He could have properly funded the NHS to bring down waiting lists and let more people return to work, helping to grow our economy. He could have championed unpaid carers and raised the carers allowance. He could have supported people with the cost of living by reversing his tax cuts for the big banks to help those struggling with their mortgage payments. And he could have presented a serious plan for economic growth by launching an industrial strategy, reforming business rates and standing up for our small businesses. Instead, he went for one last roll of the dice in a desperate attempt to cling on to power. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think people have already made up their minds. So the government must do the right thing, call a general election right now before they do even more damage to our wonderful country.
David Evanet.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I follow the honourable gentleman, member for Kingston and Surbiton. And I obviously heard a different budget from what he heard. I thought there was a lot in this budget that is very good and to be commended. As someone who read economics at the London School of Economics many years ago, I understand and appreciate the economy, the challenges that my right honourable friend had to confront. I welcome his announcements today, as well as the sensible and measured approach he has taken. I commend him for his performance and the proposals today, and I want to concentrate on a few key issues which are really vital to my constituents. Now, of course, our country and the whole world has experienced unprecedented difficulties in recent years due to matters out of our control. The COVID-19 pandemic and the wars in Ukraine and the Middle East. We are suffering the consequences, so it remains as important as ever to practice fiscal responsibility. And as we continue to see the results of the Conservative government's efforts to bring inflation under control, grow the economy and reduce debt, I believe we are looking for our country to have a better future. I was actually in the Education Department when the gentleman, the member for Kingston and Surbiton, was in coalition government. And I would ask him to really look at the record of some of the things of what he's saying now. Inflation has fallen from over 11% to 4%. The economy is now performing better than forecast, wages are increasing, and we're seeing mortgage rates coming down. As we heard from the Chancellor, our economy has outperformed European neighbours, and the OBR forecasting we will meet our fiscal rule to have debt falling as a share of the economy. This is all really positive news, and the measures in the budget today, I think, will enhance it and be welcomed. I very much look forward to seeing the benefits of today's announcements for my constituents in Bexleyheath and Crayford. High inflation is a bad thing for everybody. It affects and causes problems. Individuals, businesses, communities, everyone. I was just rather sorry that both the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the SNP couldn't at least praise that, because this is a real achievement. Down to 4%. We've again cut taxes for 27 million working people from next month by cutting the main rate of the employee national insurance contributions by 2p in the pound. Together with the cut announced at the autumn statement, this equates to a tax cut of over £900 for the average worker. This is really good news. Personally, I've always disliked national insurance. As the Chancellor said, it's an unfair double tax on work. And I think, therefore, what he is doing in this is a fairer system. And it's the best way to incentivise work, which is something we've got to do. Incentivise work. Get more of the people who are not working and active to get into the labour force. And that is the way to drive growth, in my opinion. This way, we're going to a fairer and simpler and more understandable tax system, which I think we would all welcome. From April, a full-time national living wage workers' take-home pay will be 35% greater in real terms in 2010 due to the excessive increases in the national living wage and the tax cuts we have delivered. I welcome particularly my right honourable friend, the Chancellor's commitment to supporting parents, and have long campaigned for a change in the system to end the unfairness for single-income families with higher child benefit charge. Families are the foundation of our society. We value them and we need to support them as much as we possibly can. Almost 500,000 families will benefit from the increase in the threshold to the higher income child benefit charge, with some 170,000 families no longer having to pay the charge. It's also right that we look to end the unfairness of the single earner families by moving towards a household system by April 26. So many of my constituents have raised this in the past. I've raised it with this Chancellor and previous one, and therefore we're delighted that he has taken on board this, he has listened, and he has acted, and I commend him for that. The other thing that is important to us in my constituency and Bexley Borough is because we use the car more than most, because we don't have an underground system. Therefore, people are so dependent on either the South Eastern, which is a mixed blessing. I know as my right honourable friend is nodding in my direction, because it has been somewhat problematical. So therefore they need their car. And maintaining the cut on the fuel duty and freezing the rates for the 14th consecutive year is to be commended. Also, the freeze on alcohol duty, which I know many of my colleagues on this side have campaigned vigorously for. They've campaigned with justification. And two of our excellent pubs, one is the Penny Farthing, which is a micro pub in Crayford, and the King's Arms in Bexleyheath. Every time I go in there, and it isn't, Madam Chairman, too often, I have to assure you, but I'm always campaigning for this, and therefore it's good news for everyone in the alcohol industry and for those who drink in our pubs. And pubs are social hubs in our area, and good publicans and good company. Unfortunately, we're too busy working, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be able to go in too often. I know they will be welcoming these measures when they notice them on the news later. The other thing I particularly was interested in was the tax relief for savers, the new British ISA, providing an extra £5,000 tax-free allowance. Yes, I must stop. I'm getting the nod from the Deputy Speaker. But I would like to welcome that and the increase in the registration for small businesses of VAT. So there's so much in this budget that is good, so much I think that will make a difference to our economy and our country, and I welcome it.
Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the context in which I speak to this budget today is one of chaos and instability following on from 14 years of Conservative failure on the economy. This budget has not changed the dial. The reality is that people will still be worse off after the last 14 years. And Sky's Ed Conway shares a graph that he says the Chancellor didn't want to talk about, which shows that after the budget, the UK tax burden will still be heading up to the highest level since the aftermath of the Second World War. So no, this is not a turning point. Household mortgage costs are up, prices are still rising, and the tax burden is at a 70-year high. The Chancellor likes to speak of stability, but he seems to forget that he comes from the same party that gave us the former Prime Minister, who was beaten by a lettuce, and her disastrous mini-budget with its impact on our national debt, our businesses, our local council finances and our family finances. Those consequences are still playing out and will for years to come. What Britain needs first and foremost is a serious plan for growth. We should be in no doubt, Madam Deputy Speaker, that our low-growth, high-tax economy is the endgame of 14 years of conservatism, the result of the hollowing out of our public sphere, the stripping back of businesses' potential, the levelling down of hope. Official figures show that people are worse off at the end of this Parliament compared to the start. The CPI average hourly pay for residents of Feltham and Heston has fallen by 6% since 2019, when it was around £17 in today's prices, and has fallen by 20% since 2010. The number of small businesses in Feltham and Heston has been falling for the past 2 years running and is now lower than it was in 2019. 40% of children are in relative poverty after housing costs, and it's no surprise that the average family will be £1,200 worse off under the Conservative tax plan, given 25 Tory tax rises since the last election. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it does not have to be this way, and that's the point, isn't it? There is an alternative to the choices they are making that have left people in Britain worse off, while friends and donors do well on that VIP fast lane. Labour has a plan for growth. Growth which leads to businesses thriving, public services stronger, more money in ordinary people's pockets, and good, secure jobs, and an end to people and businesses paying more and getting less. A plan for stability and growth that commands national and international confidence and makes Britain the best place to invest and to start and grow a business, where we become leaders in the green economy of the future, creating opportunity for all. Under Labour, you will have stable and competent political leadership and stable and competent stewardship of the economy, the strengthening of our economic institutions like the Bank of England, the OBR, and our new Industrial Strategy Council. How you do politics and how you govern really matters. But under the Tories, business investment has been lagging for years, and today's budget brings more sticking plaster politics and nothing on the support for the cooperative sector and growth. But let me say a few words about skills, because we cannot grow our economy without investing in our people. The biggest opportunity we have for inclusion, for our productivity, for our economic growth, for the competitiveness of our nations is a strategy for human talent. A BCG report a few years ago highlighted how human capital is under intense pressure worldwide as powerful forces, globalisation, demographic and regional shifts, digitisation, gain momentum. So nation states need a national plan. But this budget comes on the back of years of failure and gives no answers to the skills challenges that we face. New official data from September shows worrying trends since 2017, when the last survey was done. The proportion of employers with a skills shortage vacancy has gone up from 6% to 10%. The proportion of the workforce with a skills gap, where an employee is judged by the employer to lack full proficiency, has gone up from 4.4% to 5.7%. The proportion of employers who had provided training for their staff has fallen from 66% to 60%. And meanwhile, the number of apprenticeship starts has plummeted under the Tories by over 200,000 since 2017, with more than £3 billion of the apprenticeship levy unspent since 2019. Apprenticeship starts in the West Midlands, where I recently visited Southend City College in Birmingham with our superb West Midlands mayoral candidate, Richard Parker. Apprenticeship starts in the West Midlands have fallen by over 30% since 2010. And small business engagement with apprenticeships has dropped by a staggering 49% since 2016, something we must change. And this decline has not been an equal one. In 2015, more apprenticeships were started by learners amongst the bottom 40% of income distribution. Now they are started by those in the top 40%. And the Chancellor rightly talked about the productivity challenge and some of that improvement coming from digitalisation and AI. But over half of secondary schools in the UK were not even offering computer science as a GCSE in 2021. And the number of 14 to 19-year-old students taking technical IT or computing qualifications has fallen by a third since 2015. Tackling our productivity also needs a plan for our young people. Under a Labour government, Britain's skills plans will be led by a new national skills task force, Skills England, working alongside our industrial strategy, which brings together businesses, training providers and unions to meet the skills needs of the next decade across all of our regions. We'll recruit over 1,000 new careers advisors for our schools and colleges, deliver 2 weeks of work experience for every young person so that young people know the pathways that are available to them. And we will better support our FE sector to support local skills needs where their LSIPs demand it with new technical excellence colleges. And we will transform the apprenticeship levy to bring more flexibility with up to 50% of the levy spent on courses more flexibly as businesses have called for. Business including the Tesco, the Co-op, the BRC, the Tech UK, City and Guilds, the British Chamber of Commerce, Superdrug, the CIBD and many others. So let me conclude with this, that Britain needs a change, and it is only a changed Labour Party that will deliver it, with a costed plan for all our policies that will drive the change we need in our economy, our NHS, our public services and our communities. They, Madam Deputy Speaker, are out of ideas and they are out of time. And more than anything, this budget has shown what my constituents need and what our economy needs and what our country needs is a Labour government.
Dame Priti Patel. Deputy Speaker, as a former Treasury Minister, I want to thank the Chancellor, but also Treasury Ministers and also government departments, because I actually know how hard it is to put a budget together and the level of representations that are made. And I think also I must put on record my thanks to the Chancellor for his due consideration, I think that's a polite way to put it, that he's given to the representations that I have made and I've consistently made in terms of supply side reforms and lower taxes. He knows exactly the case that I make around fiscal drag in particular, and for delivering greater efficiencies in government. The Chancellor has put forward a clear plan for the economy and targeted tax cuts, and I'm going to come on to that in a moment, but also around support for businesses and efficiency, not just across the board, but in the public sector. And we're never going to get the benefits today, I think, of discussing the ins and outs of the Red Book and the OBR. And, you know, on days like today, if we had much more time, we'd all love it. And I can give you that assurance. But I think it's fair to say we must all recognise that there are some fundamental challenges that our economy faces, which, of course, the budget has sought to address. And the Chancellor understands that tight, fine line that he is walking right now, but also how we tackle some of the big issues around the size of the state, public spending in particular, which is constantly, when we look at the rate of growth of public spending, it has exceeded the rate of inflation and economic growth. Public spending is now in excess of 1.2 trillion per year, which is approximately around 44% of GDP. Now, I'm old enough to remember back in '97 when public spending was around 35 to 36% of GDP, and what a contrast that was. But, you know, as a consequence of sustaining high levels of public spending, we recognise also that tax receipts have risen to over 1.1 trillion. And of course, we know what that all means in terms of delivering, getting that balance on taxation, which I maintain is very burdensome, and we have to get those rates down. But I do actually pay a lot of tribute to the Chancellor for listening to comments around efficiencies. He has spoken today about a public sector productivity plan. The details of that are going to be fundamental and really important to hear. I was really pleased to hear about the way in which he's looking at cash savings across the economy, public spending that is, but also looking at how he is now going to grow aspects of some government spending around, for example, expansions of violence reduction units. We've seen pilots work very well across certain government departments, and we now have to look at how we get better delivery from public spending and how that actually drives down real outcomes in government. And it's something that I've spoken to the Chief Secretary about over recent months. So I'm pleased to see that there are some concrete proposals heading in the right direction. But of course, we've got a long way to go. And with that, I want to come on to the area of, you know, people keeping more of what they earn, which is clearly a fundamental Conservative principle. And this is where the whole issue of NICs comes back into play. And I've seen the numbers, and clearly, you know, we are heading to a direction, Madam Deputy Speaker, where we could even move into the direction where we see low rates of national insurance coming forward. Yet again, we've seen them go down. I think the debate when the legislation comes forward is going to be very interesting. I stood here back in the autumn and there were about 3 people speaking in favour of national insurance coming down and supporting the legislation and everything else. We want to see much more support for it next week. But importantly, I think we've got to get this balance right in terms of incentivising work. Getting national insurance down is fundamental, but actually tackling the number of people that get caught up in terms of high rates of taxation and fiscal drag. The last numbers in the autumn meant that 4 million more people would be brought into paying high rates of taxation by 2029. We'll go through the OBR and see what this means this time round, but of course it is still significant, and we now know that more work is required in that area. But it will be interesting to see, is this a government that's going to bring national insurance down again successively in future autumn statements too? That's something that we should look at. Clearly I welcome the reduction, or the decision to maintain the 5p reduction in fuel duty. We've already heard what that means for working households. I've made representations on that, and I will always continue to make representations in that area. But also when it comes to business taxes, fiscal events are huge for business taxation, they really are, and I welcomed the announcements today on increasing that registration threshold, obviously freezing things such as alcohol duty, but also when it comes to dealing much more on tourism, lowering corporation tax. I've spent many times here speaking about low rates of corporation tax. We are now tied into the OECD rates of minimum corporation tax. My views are known on that, but also I want to see greater changes now so that we can see businesses benefit from our Brexit freedoms. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are many areas that I would like to speak about today. But I think broadly speaking, the direction of travel is really important. I also recognise, though, that I heard the benches opposite speak about local government finance. I'm just going to welcome the announcement of £5 million today that have been made through the Levelling Up Fund for cultural projects, because actually that comes to my area in Morden too. And these are important measures today that have been announced. It's a tough time, but at the same time, there is a plan that the Chancellor has announced, and we need to stick with that plan and make sure that it delivers for working families.
Stuart Hosey.
During his statement today, the Chancellor said not just higher GDP, but higher GDP per head. Just one slight snag with that. The figures published today for GDP growth per capita, 24 through to 2027, are lower in every single year than the figures they published only a year ago. So it's not higher GDP per head, it's actually lower GDP per head. And I use that as a little example, because we hear the rhetoric and the hyperbole that introduces a budget statement, but it rarely stands any scrutiny when one actually reads the budget documentation. Now, I'm absolutely certain that the government can claim they're going to meet both their fiscal targets at the end of a 5-year future rolling forecast. I think every government could say they're going to meet their targets at the end of a 5-year future rolling forecast. It's what happens in between that's important. Now, they told us a year ago net debt would fall as a share of GDP in 24-25, and the net borrowing would fall below 3% of GDP in 25-26. However, by the time of the autumn statement, only 5 months ago, we were told debt would now not fall until 25-26, a year later, and they still forecast that deficit would fall below 3% of GDP in the same year. We were also told in the spring that GDP growth would exceed 2% in 2 of the next 5 years, and that productivity would sit between 1 and 1.3% every year across 24-27. But by the time we reached November, growth was not forecast to exceed 2% in any of the forecast years, and productivity growth was forecast down in every single year. Today, though, the Chancellor announced while they would still meet their primary debt target in the same year, 25-26, the percentage of debt to GDP would be higher than it was only 5 months ago. So debt not really falling, at best debt stagnating. And GDP growth would still not exceed 2% in any year to 2028. This is really important. Another half-decade where GDP growth will not even meet or reach historic trend growth rates. That is absolutely shameful. And in terms of productivity, the productivity per hour metric which the government like, it is actually lower cumulatively over the new forecast period today than the government announced last November. He said it was a budget for growth, a budget for productivity, a budget for long-term investment. The debt is not really falling as a share of GDP. The deficit is not getting better. It's actually getting worse compared to the forecast last year. And in terms of productivity, that perennial problem which we all recognise exists, productivity growth cumulatively over the entire forecast period is lower than the government announced last November. Of course I'll give way.
I'm very grateful to you giving way. Does he agree that we've got to increase growth, which we all agree on? We've got to get all parts of the United Kingdom growing. And if he looks at the figures from the House of Commons Library, from 2011 to 2021, England grew cumulatively 14.9%, Wales 13.7%, Scotland 7.2%. Does he agree that the Scottish Government need to do more to stimulate growth in Scotland?
I agree that we need growth across the piece. If one of the tools to facilitate growth is tax credits, then I'm sure the Minister recognises tax credits are a function of corporation tax. And therefore, if he's genuinely serious about encouraging growth in Scotland, it devolve powers over business taxation with their associated tax credits. And we'll see how we get on. The point I wanted to make, and I'm coming to a conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that whatever else was said at the start of this statement about growth, about productivity, all the hyperbole, all the big introduction, all the fanfare, this budget actually delivers none of these things, as evidenced by the numbers the government have published themselves today.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I commend my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, for his budget statement today. He is, I believe, slowly but surely getting Britain's economy back on the right track. However, we have much work to do. The United Kingdom
has, I believe, no business in being a high-tax, low-growth and low-aspiration nation. That is not the Britain that I recognise. The people of Romford are feeling the pinch. The overall burden of tax is higher than it has been since the Second World War. Council tax is rising in the London Borough of Havering yet again, but public services are not even meeting the basic expectations. Local government is struggling to remain solvent. The cost of living is hitting my constituents in the pocket very hard, with energy prices rocketing and the daily cost of food and essential shopping rising to unprecedented levels. Inflation remains acute, yet there is little economic growth. Financial prudence may be an important Conservative attribute, which is certainly absent from the benches opposite, but there is, Madam Deputy Speaker, nothing less Conservative than a record high tax burden. We can and must do very much better. Hard-working families in Romford want to see lower taxes, higher economic growth and good public services. These three aims can only be achieved if we adopt a robust, free enterprise agenda, reduce the size of the state at every level, and give the British people the incentives they need to work harder, be more productive, and maximise our nation's potential for economic growth. My Essex constituents are entrepreneurs, market traders, small businessmen, shopkeepers, and city workers. They do not want to see an economic policy of managed decline, but rather one of heightened ambition and raised expectations. So, that is why I welcome many of the Chancellor's tax announcements today. The additional 2% cut to national insurance contribution means that this Conservative government has delivered £900 annual tax cut for the average worker. The extended cut to fuel duty will also help hard-working people mitigate the costs of the Mayor of London, who has imposed so much extra costs on my constituents. Child benefit reforms will help millions of hard-working families. The reforms to stamp duty and reduction in capital gains will help millions of property owners. Nevertheless, the Chancellor has repeatedly recalled over recent days that nations with the most economic growth, whether they be in North America or Asia, are those with even lower taxes. I encourage the Chancellor to further emulate these countries' success in the years to come. Low taxes will put money back into the pockets of the British people, leading to higher growth and more resources for public services. My right honourable friend, the Chancellor, clearly shares this outlook with his announcements today of tax cuts, investment and reform to boost productivity in the public sector. However, I encourage the Chancellor to go much further. We should follow the footsteps of the Thatcher-Lawson budget, which led to unprecedented economic prosperity in the 1980s and the 1990s. We can and must succeed, but Britain has to be much bolder if we are to reap the benefits by becoming a low-tax, high-growth economy once again. But tax cuts and investment alone will not be enough. We need to adopt a radical plan to free our economy from needless bureaucracy that is holding Britain back. The benefits of becoming a sovereign nation once again following Brexit gives our nation exciting opportunities that we must seize to maximise our ability to generate growth and prosperity that we so desperately need. Margaret Thatcher showed the world how it could be done 40 years ago, rescuing Britain from the perilous situation she inherited following decades of a failed post-war socialist consensus. Today, we live in a post-pandemic world, but if we are to recover from the consequences of lockdowns
A radical approach is required to jumpstart our economy and unshackle ourselves from the red tape and over-regulation and government waste. Britain today is over-governed, so reducing the size and role of the state must now be an imperative for our Conservative government. Regulation and public sector spending do not grow the economy, put cash into people's pockets or improve public services. It is the small businessmen in towns like Romford, the shopkeepers in towns like Romford, the people who are the entrepreneurs and market traders, they are the people that will provide and generate the economic prosperity for the future. I am disappointed that unfairness of local authority funding formula has not been addressed. Councils up and down the country, including my own borough, Havering, is facing acute financial pressures. The funding formula is unfair and outdated. It is also discriminatory against boroughs like Havering, Outer London in Essex. It fails to address differences in demographics. Most importantly, it leads to hard-working, tax-paying Britons without services they need and deserve. This issue too requires ambitious reform. Madam Deputy Speaker, ambition is key. Lower taxes, higher growth, reform and deregulation, exploiting all the advantages of Brexit, investment and reform of the public sector. This is the way forward for Britain. Our government has been right to tread a prudent path back to economic growth, but now is the time to be bold and fearless in the pursuit of greater ambitions we have for the British people.
Meg Hillier.
Deputy Speaker. And it is quite surreal to follow the honourable gentleman. Like him, I believe in small business, but it's not small business and how it grows that's going to fill the problems in the public sector, which has been squeezed under 14 years of this Tory government till the pipsqueak. It's not small business, however good it is, that's going to refill council coffers and make sure the basic services of social services and special educational needs and schools are solved. It's not the small business that will solve the waiting lists in the NHS or bring schools off their knees. And we have seen this government, of course, as well as the years of austerity causing all of these problems, crash the economy in September 22, leaving families and businesses crushed. They may have survived the pandemic, but those that did have faced real hardship since. So this is really a budget of a desperate government, another slew of promises that will not deliver. And on the Public Accounts Committee, that's what we focus on, delivery. We look at optimistic, sometimes well-intentioned promises that fail because there isn't that plan for delivery. But in my own borough, we see such poverty. And earlier in Prime Minister's questions, the Prime Minister said that equality has increased under his government. Inequality has reduced. Not in my borough. 48% of children in Hackney, nearly 1 in 2, live in poverty after housing costs are taken into account. And even in central inner London, we are the 22nd most deprived local authority in England. And there is real day-to-day poverty. And I invite anyone to come with me on my doorstep surgeries and see the reality. And let me tell you a story about that reality. A constituent of mine, it could be many, but this is a particular lady I visited just a few weeks ago. She lives in a 2-bedroom council flat with her husband and 4 daughters. The flat is only marginally bigger than my office in this building and only a bit smaller than a committee room. Three of her daughters share a very small bedroom with bunk beds. The toddler shares with her parents. The bathroom and kitchen are so tiny you can hardly fit 2 people in at any one time. They share one living space. And government failures over housing and Brexit mean that our children are also leaving London, which has meant for her that the local school is now closing because our rolls are dropping. And the cost of housing means that they have no prospect of moving anywhere else. The shortage of properties in the social rented sector, where there are over 8,000 households now on the waiting list, and only 671 homes became available during 21-22 for the last verified figures, compared with over 1,200 in 2016-17, both of which figures could be outstripped by demand. It means there's no possibility. And the cost of housing means that many people are being shipped out to temporary homes, ripped from their schools, churches, mosques and communities. Yeah. And that means that this constituency school is closing, as are others. Her 4 daughters, on top of the overcrowding they've got, need to move. They are a family that works, that wants to do well, but they have little opportunity. And down the road from there is the product of government free school policy, a school with 25 pupils per class. So those of you who know how funding works for schools know that that school will never be financially sustainable, because you can't, full schools are funded on 30, 60 or 90 per class. So the trust that's taken it over from the first that failed is struggling with the finances there. So a brand new building built that's unsustainable, and yet a government policies that mean other schools are closing. And if you look at housing costs across my borough, it is absolutely wretched, where so many people are renting privately but unaffordably. More people rent socially than in private, but living in overcrowded conditions. An average two-bed rent is just under £2,000 a month. And there are 30% fewer privately rented properties available now on Rightmove compared to the pre the pandemic. And there are no properties available to those on low incomes at local housing allowance rates. This is the product, the real day-to-day impact of government policy. And we have now so many people housed outside the borough, of the households in temporary accommodations. I'll give way.
Forgive me if I'm misunderstanding the way that our system of government works, but isn't social housing in her constituency the responsibility of the Labour Mayor of London?
Perhaps, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm indulge the time. I haven't got time to explain it, but no, not it is. It is the responsibility of the council. But because of so many properties sold off under right to buy, that means that we have fewer properties available. So people like my constituent are living cheek by jowl with people who are living in private rented accommodation, often sold to cash buyers if it's above 7 stories, and those people are having to pay private rents at the rate that I named. So the differential is extraordinary. The difference means that no one can move from one to the other, and the social rented housing, which is so desperately needed because of the cost of private housing and to buy or to rent, is just not available. My borough, under my mayor and the previous mayor, have been building social housing for social rent, council housing, as have many housing association partners. But because there is no government subsidy for that, every time they build a social rent, they pretty much have to build one to sell at market rates in order to cross-subsidise. So a quick lesson in social housing economics, but it shows the detachment that people do not realise in this chamber, the reality of the lives of people, so many people in London. And if you look at the real human impacts, as I say, there are over 3,777 children in temporary accommodation from Hackney. That's enough to fill 8 primary schools, equivalent to 1% of the borough's population. And those children want to live in London but cannot afford to do so. And not only can they not afford to do so, but they're being passed from pillar to post, from temporary accommodation to temporary accommodation, moving school regularly. This is a squeeze on opportunity. And for those at the higher end who might be able to get onto the housing ladder, the lifetime ISA, an opportunity missed in this budget, because it only provides support for a property purchase up to £450,000 nationally, though it's higher in London. But even that higher rate in London doesn't cover the cost, when it's typically £750,000 for a brand new 2-bedroom property. Who is able to afford that? And on public spending, the Chancellor merrily talked about reductions in spending in most departments. And if you look at the Red Book, I haven't had time to go through it in detail, but we see a huge drop. I mean, the Home Office budget alone is going down significantly, which is a concern when you think of all the challenges in policing, immigration and other security that the Home Office has to deal with. And if you look at education, all of those budgets are reducing. And there are big nasties out there in every department that will cost money for whoever is in power. The civil nuclear decommissioning and rebuilding of our nuclear power stations, the nuclear enterprise, the costs of decommissioning nuclear submarines. We haven't even done one of those yet. The first will be decommissioned in 2026, and that is becoming an urgent crisis. The 700,000 pupils in crumbling schools. These are just some of the examples of issues where we really need the input. The schools budget, the Department for Education wanted £4 billion a year to build the new schools that were necessary. It was granted £2.7 billion, and we already see its capital budget reducing. And the Chancellor talked about public sector productivity and reform. Well, Public Accounts Committee, which I'm proud to chair, examines this endlessly. And too often we see, as I said at the beginning, there's optimistic plans which don't deliver. But the Chancellor's already spending what he's promising to deliver on that. And let me tell you all, it takes a long time. We do need to have reform. We do need to see digital transformation. But you can't deliver those changes and those budget savings overnight. What we need is a long-term approach, slow politics, if you like, where both sides of this House, whoever is in government, agrees that some things just have to happen and aren't at the the whim and the will of a government that's on its last desperate stages to try and prove that it's got something to offer to the British public. I'll give way briefly.
She's making an excellent speech about all the things that have not been in the budget. Does she agree that the biggest missed opportunity is not investment into the green transition?
There are so many missed opportunities, Madam Deputy Speaker. But the child benefit issue, one point on this, it was a mess of this government's making. They have now broken the independent taxation rule, and that is a problem. But this government has broken Britain. My constituents are worse off than they were 14 years ago, and worse, they have no hope. So we need to see a government that will deliver hope, opportunity, housing, school improvements and cutting waiting lists. We need to mend broken Britain. We need a general election and a Labour government now.
John Stevenson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. A single budget rarely in itself makes a substantial difference or is remembered. However, a budget that is part of a story, a sense of direction, is important, and it can help to continue a narrative and build a vision. This budget, in my view, is one such occasion. A clear vision of where we want to go, in particular with regards to tax and, of course, growth. Last autumn, the Chancellor started this sense of purpose and set out a direction. First of all, supporting business with full expensing, and secondly, supporting those who are in work with a 2% reduction in national insurance. This budget continues that direction of travel and is one which I fully support. A further 2p reduction in national insurance is welcome and will be welcomed by all those in work. The equivalent has already been said of £900 per annum. And it also has help for those who are self-employed as well. And if I was to make one suggestion to my party as it continues this narrative and looks to the manifesto and a commitment at the next election, is to reduce national insurance further and indeed to ultimately abolish it. I fully agree with the Chancellor that simplifying the tax system, especially for those who are actually in work, is something that should be a priority. And of course, to just touch on some of the other budget measures, the freeze and fuel duty taxes, helping all motorists, alcohol tax freeze, the expansion of childcare, and further support for business with the VAT threshold rising and full expensing extended to leasing. And of course, the public sector support, the 40,000 new doctors, 71,000 additional nurses and 20,000 new police officers do demonstrate our commitment to public services. But budgets cannot be seen in isolation, and there is plenty of other things going on. Unemployment remains historically low, which benefits families and individuals up and down the country. The living wage will rise by 11%, 25% higher in real terms than it was in 2010. Inflation at 4% and will fall further, in my view, will probably be well below 2% by the summer, and that will allow interest rates to start to fall. And it's not all about work. We also have pensions, with a rise of around 8% coming, benefits of the triple lock, which has taken over 200,000 pensioners out of poverty. But the ultimate goal is growth in the economy. We have fared better than many other European partners, but clearly we want to see growth right across all regions of the United Kingdom. And to achieve this, we need the correct ingredients at both the national and local levels. Investment, skills, lower taxes, less regulation, all leads to higher productivity and therefore a wealthier society. And I give a local example of my own constituency of Carlisle. It is extremely well placed to grow significantly through national and local support. There's over £500 million of investment in place, progressing now or about to be undertaken. That is transformational investment. Digital investment for a modern economy. Roads, we have a link road, £220 million improvement, which will improve connectivity locally and right across the region. A railway station undergoing refurbishment, bringing it into the modern age, the gateway to everywhere for that region. A university, the skills of tomorrow, but going to be located in the city centre, helping to regenerate the city centre and grow the local economy there, as well as create the skills for tomorrow. And a medical school opening in 2025, which will improve the health economy. And as for the talk about housing, I always say to people, remember, we do not have a national housing market. It is regional, and we still have affordable housing in our Carlisle and an attractive place to come and live and work. And on the back of that, we have a garden village, 10,000 new homes, which will allow the city to expand in an appropriate way. Madam Deputy Speaker, in my view, Carlisle demonstrates success at the local level. Investment, skills development, better connectivity, low unemployment, room for growth. Levelling up in action. The budget is part of the equation which can help to achieve and support growth in Carlisle and across the country. I support it because it sets out that we are in the right direction for both our country and, of course, my city of Carlisle.
Luke Pollard.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This was a budget for job preservation, but the job preservation of Conservative MPs in marginal seats. It is the epitome of short-termism and sticking plaster politics. It wasn't what Britain needed, and I'm afraid it may not be enough for the Conservatives to get themselves re-elected. Madam Deputy Speaker, there are 5 areas I briefly want to touch on behalf of the people I represent in Plymouth. Firstly, on housing. I was disappointed there wasn't more on housing to help people get onto the property ladder, especially in areas of acute housing stress. In the far southwest, there is a real pressure on house prices, both for rent and for buying. We've been decimated and hollowed out as an area by second homes and Airbnbs, and although I welcome changes to the furnished holiday lets regime, it won't deal with the scourge of second homes that are hollowing out our communities and leaving them empty for much of the year. Plymouth has a housing crisis, largely compounded by the fact that the rural and coastal communities around us are experiencing an even deeper housing crisis with a lack of affordable housing. And I would like to have seen more in the budget to support councils like Plymouth who want to build, build, build. I want to see more density in our city centre, and I hope the government could be supporting that, supporting councils like Plymouth, a Labour-run council, with a plan to build greater density in the city centre, thousands of more homes next to transport hubs, next to places of work, next to a vibrant city centre. That's what I want to see more from the government, but there wasn't enough in there. Secondly, on nurseries, I welcome the possibly transformative change that a government focus on childcare could bring. It's a really significant moment of helping people back into the world of work. But I worry that not enough preparation has been done to get it right. In only a few weeks' time, it will be implemented, but there has not been enough effort on skills, on recruitment, on retention, on the viability of nurseries, small nurseries, especially those in poor communities. We're only weeks away, and I really hope the Chancellor would have added and supported those nurseries who want to see the expanded provision, but can't afford to do so. And that's especially true in communities like mine, where parents can't afford the compulsory top-ups to give their kids a place in nursery care. That's simply not good enough. Thirdly, on the Kian bomb, Madam Deputy Speaker, you will have seen over the past few weeks the incredible effort by our armed forces, the police, Plymouth City Council and others to support the community after the discovery of the World War II bomb. I want to say thank you to everyone who put their lives on the line, especially the Royal Navy and Army bomb disposal squads. But it did highlight a particular Treasury problem, and that is that there's an insurance loophole that insurers can use and have used when the bomb was discovered in Exeter a few years ago to claim that insurance policies are not valid due to an act of war loophole. This is an act of war loophole that was 80 years ago, and I would like to invite the government to speak with myself and the member for Exeter about how we can sunset that clause, how we can make sure that if you buy an insurance policy for your household or your business, you know that you'll be insured if the worst happens, because let's face it, there are still thousands of undiscovered World War II bombs out there. Fourthly, and very briefly, I want to see more support for care leavers. This is something that I think matters to all of us in this House. And I think there are opportunities that frankly do not cost that much money to support care leavers, in particular getting their first home after they leave care on their 18th birthday. A national rent deposit guarantee scheme and a national rent guarantor scheme would fundamentally transform the first opportunity, the life chances of young people leaving care, because they don't have access to a bank of mum and dad or someone to guarantee their rent in their first home in the private sector. Working with Bernardo's, we estimate this will cost £30 million to set up. This is 30 million is a lot of money, but in the big scheme of things, 30 million for changing the life chances of all those thousands of young people in care is money well spent. I'd like to see the government look at that. Finally, I'd like to see a greater fair share for the far southwest. Whichever government sits on those benches after the next election will be formed of MPs from the southwest of England, and I would like to see the regional variations in spending addressed, because in Plymouth we only get above average spending on one area of government spending and one area alone, and that is defence. We're the largest naval base in Western Europe. In the constituency I represent, I'm proud to stand up for armed forces, but on health, education, skills, transport, housing, we're below average. And there should be no reason why any child in Plymouth is worth less than the national average. In fact, we need more of them, more fairness in our system to let them achieve their true potential. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget, I'm afraid, is a pre-election budget that I think the public will see through. It's not the long-term plan that I think we were really looking for. Mortgage payments higher, weekly shops more expensive, food bank use up, inequality up, tax burden the highest in 70 years, our economy in recession, taking with one hand, giving with one hand and taking with another. I think one thing is clear, it's time for a general election, and I look forward to the Prime Minister putting out his lectern without the logo on in the next 2 weeks and letting the people decide who they want to be in power. It's time for a fresh start. Thank you.
Chris Grayling.
Mr. Speaker, pleasure to follow on the member for Plymouth, and I think I would echo what he said. I think the emergency service did an extraordinary job with removing the bomb in what could have been a very, very horrible situation. But I listened to what the other side is saying, and I listened in vain for any actual plan. What we seem to be hearing instead is a whole series of shopping list items with no sense at all of the actual economic reality of the moment. And the economic reality is very straightforward. We have, over the past 4 years, dealt with the biggest public health crisis in a century. We've dealt with the biggest security crisis in Europe for 75 years. We've dealt with an international resurgence of both inflation and rising interest rates. And still, at the end of this, actually we have an economy that's doing far better than those on the far side said would happen. An economy that still has some of the lowest levels of unemployment for decades. And an economy which is turning the corner, which is forecast to grow, and which is attracting investment. You know, we are number 3 in the world for attracting inward investment. We heard today about AstraZeneca's plans in Cambridge and on Merseyside. These are good news stories, and they're good news stories happening because this country remains a good place to do business. It remains a place that attracts international organisations to base themselves here. But nonetheless, we are a country like the whole of the Western world. Other European countries face the same challenges that we are, where actually the answers are not simple, they're not straightforward. And I listen to what the other side are saying, who seem to suggest that some magic solution, that somehow they manage to transform themselves into the government of the day, the world will be fine. Well, I can assure them, in the unlikely event of that happening, they will find all the same issues that we're dealing with. The difference is they will get the solutions wrong. Instead of bringing down taxes, instead of taking steps, as the Chancellor did in the autumn statement, to drive investment, they would do the opposite. They would put up taxes, they would put up public spending, and they will stifle our economy. And that's why they do not offer a solution for the future. It's why actually a Labour government would be profoundly damaging for this country. And we do need to remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, back in 2010, we inherited 2.7 million people unemployed and rising. We inherited 1 million unemployed young people. And here we are, 14 years later, still with historically low levels of unemployment. Yes, with challenges in the labour market, and I want to talk a little bit about those. But nonetheless, of all the economic challenges any nation faces, I've always believed that unemployment is the highest. Because unemployment creates real human misery. And the fact that we do not have the level of unemployment that we inherited 14 years ago, I think is a huge plus for this country. Now, the reality is we do need to return to some of the principles we put in place back in 2010, because we have too many people outside the workforce, too many people on long-term sick benefits. We had, at that time, some very proactive programs to help those people back into work, and I think we need to recapture that now in the aftermath of the pandemic. But I'll tell you one thing, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is not a solution, and that is what the other side is offering, which is a system without sanction. Because at the end of the day, those people who can work, those people who should work, should not be sitting at home on benefits. And those, even those on sickness benefits, for the vast majority, there's always the potential to return to work. Perhaps to do something different to what they've done before, with the right help and support, they can get to a better place, because nobody benefits from sitting at home on benefits the rest of their lives. It destroys lives, it destroys health. But if there is no stick to go with the carrot, then actually you achieve far less than you should do. So the idea that an alternative that says, well, we'll provide support, but there's no consequences for those who don't take it, is simply nonsense. We have to get back to very proactive carrot and stick approaches. The welfare state is a ladder up which people should climb. It is not a place in which they should live. But I also want to talk, Madam Deputy Speaker, a little about the aviation sector. I'm sorry to see that we are putting up taxes on air passengers, albeit in the higher classes, because in the end, what that does is it drives traffic out of the United Kingdom. People change on the continent or in Dublin because it's cheaper to do so. So I hope those measures will be temporary, and I don't want to see further measures that will drive down competitiveness of that sector in the UK. But at the same time, I am very pleased to see the investment in helping the development of sustainable fuels for the aviation sector. The announcement the Chancellor made earlier in the week, that is very welcome. It is very necessary because, as I said at Prime Minister's questions, this is an essential area for the aviation sector going forwards. It can only take serious steps towards net zero if it transforms the fuels it uses, and certainly for both long-haul flights and for the immediate future, sustainable aviation fuel, synthetic fuels, are the only way in which it can take those steps towards net zero. And I don't want to see a situation where our industry buys all its fuels from other countries. As I said earlier, the United States is at the moment the source of sustainable fuels for UK airlines. Now, that may be fine right now, but we have got to take quick steps to ensure that we have an industry in this country. And that requires, over the coming months, the Department for Transport and the Treasury working together to accelerate the process of setting out its plans for the SAF mandate, setting out plans for a price support mechanism, so that immediately after the election, whoever is in power can put those plans into place straight away. That is essential to the future of the industry in this country. And actually, it's not just about aviation, it's about jobs in parts of the country that need jobs. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope the Treasury will put its foot on the gas when it comes to sustainable fuels to make sure that happens quickly. I hope the Department for Work and Pensions will be bold in stepping up both the support and the consequences of refusal to accept that support from those who are long-term unemployed. But I say to the Treasury, I think in a difficult set of circumstances, they've produced a pretty good balanced budget, and I commend them for it.
Julian Knight.
I'm conscious of time, so I have to say I won't be giving way in this short speech, and I'll keep my comments relatively brief. As someone who passionately believes in a free market and a small state, I find the national figures, debt figures, in this budget truly appalling. Let's be clear. We've gone from a position of 37% national debt just prior to the national crisis to close to 100% today. That is a 2.5 times increase, most of which under, well, a Conservative majority government, under its watch, a Conservative government of all things. Now, there have been tribulations, but there have been also huge missteps since 2010. This means that we have an increase in national debt equivalent to the first 2 years of the Second World War, when we were fighting for our very lives against the Nazis. No one can say that anything in this period of time remotely approaches that. In the 1960s and 70s, governments of the day had an excuse. They were recovering from the economic dislocation of the Second World War. We have no such excuse for this appalling financial mismanagement, apart from our indolence and lack of political will. So what has gone wrong, Madam Deputy Speaker? I could set a lot of blame at the door of George Osborne and the public school dyed-in-the-wall establishment clique that run the modern-day Conservative Party. 2010 and 2015 were huge opportunities to reset the relationship between the state, the individual and businesses, who are the only means of growing the tax base in this economy. So-called austerity was nothing more than a reduced increase in government expenditure. Government should have been made slimmer, fitter, and supply-side economics should have been the core of everything that we did. Instead, we had George Osborne talking about parking the tanks on Labour's lawn. Well, looking at the Ipsos polling, Madam Deputy Speaker, how has that worked out, eh? Secondly, the reason why we're in the state that we're in, that we have failed to grasp the opportunities of Brexit. This should have been an opportunity to deregulate en masse and to make our economy fitter, stronger, and to outcompete the Europeans. Instead, the very first move post-Brexit was to impose VAT on tourists, a move which has been devastatingly counterproductive. That is just an example of the way in which we have failed on Brexit. We have lost and we've shown absolutely no will to grasp those opportunities. If you're going to support Brexit, then you have to do it properly. It's the only way to have actually done it if you actually believed in it, and we have failed in our will. As a nation, as the borrowing figures show, as well as fiscal and monetary policy, we are addicted to debt and printing money in order not to face the hard choices, which could actually be golden opportunities. As a result, this country's finances are more vulnerable than they have ever been. We are no longer part of the European financial ecosystem. We are alone. All we are doing is borrowing more, paying ourselves more for producing less. Unless the supply side is properly tackled by a bold government, I can see this nation being back at the door of the IMF, just like in 1976, and saying, frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we aren't as bad as the Italians is a joke. This budget was supposed to be a do or die, but looking at the documents and the wider polling, it's more not do, and then unfortunately we die. The crying shame is, Madam Deputy Speaker, at least Blair had to work for his landslide. Finally, I reflect on my last words in this place before I chose to recuse myself voluntarily. They were, frankly, I've had enough. And to be honest with you, speaking to the British people on the doorsteps as I have been doing and talking to my constituents, I'm really sorry to say that is precisely the verdict that will be delivered on the government in the very near future.
Sir David Davis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's rather sad to follow on from that speech. I will just remind the honourable gentleman of a 1 in 75 year financial crisis, a 1 in a century health crisis, and a 1 in a 75 year international crisis in Europe, all of which contributed dramatically to the problems he outlined, much more than, albeit I may be on the same side as him when dealing with the public school tendency in my party. I don't blame them for this.
Right on, friend, give way.
Of course, absolutely. Every opposition has its day.
I would just like to say we're not all that bad.
I might return to that shortly. But the simple truth is that, like my right honourable friend who spoke before me on this side, I think the Chancellor has done a very skillful job in dealing with an extraordinarily difficult backdrop. Now, I think there were more things he could do, and I'm going to talk about that in a second, although much of it is down to the structure of government decision-making rather than his fault. But as the leader of the opposition said himself, we were dealing, for example, with a world in which Putin had weaponized supply chains and destroyed the economic basis of our anti-inflation policy that worked for the previous 10 years. So I understand the caution that the Chancellor displayed and his desire to retain the confidence of the markets in his decisions today. Against that, I guess it's remarkable that he's taken 20 billion out of national insurance for 27 million people, about 900 a head, and another 2 million self-employed. And I think, frankly, I mean, people are underestimating the success the government has had in terms of inflation reduction and in terms of employment. For most of my time in this House, the idea of 800 new jobs a day, every day for an entire government's tenure, would be extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. It certainly didn't happen under the previous Labour government. So we have quite a lot to be happy about. That being said, if I had had my way, I would not have gone for national insurance, I would have gone for reducing income tax. Why do I say that? Well, there's been a lot of assertions made in the public domain, but I think probably emanating from the Treasury, that national insurance is less inflationary than income tax. This is bogus nonsense. The only argument they have to support that is that national insurance will pull into the employment pool some tens of thousands more people. Well, so will cutting income tax. And indeed, because income tax applies to people above the age of 65, it will also keep people in the workforce, highly skilled, highly capable people who we don't want to retire at the moment. So I actually would have preferred an income tax cut rather than a national insurance cut. But we've got what we've got. It's better. It's much better than we probably would have got from the other side. While I'm on income tax, I just want to make one point en passant. In every budget we have, I raise the question of IR35 because it is oppressive on small businesses and self-employed. It drives people out of the country. The Public Accounts Committee is actually looking into it, and I hope they'll come up with a conclusion at some point soon. And I really, really will keep at the government to deal with IR35 and deal with the loan charge, which is a related issue and which is, frankly, the HMRC is behaving in a barbaric manner, reminiscent of the post office. So I'll come back to in some time. Now, there were a number of structural things I was going to raise. The member for Wokingham made the points I was going to make on the Bank of England. I think the current structure of the Bank of England, the current guidelines and rules of the Bank of England are flawed in a big way. They handicap the way governments can operate, both in terms of their fiscal policy, but also in terms of their inflation policy. And I really do think we need to readdress that, and he made a very good point there. But also, I want to deal with the issue of the OBR. I think it was George Osborne who created a circumstance under which the OBR sets the guidelines, sets the fiscal rules almost for the government in place. And of course the government then is terrified of what the markets will do if it doesn't follow the OBR's attitude. Well, I understand the Prime Minister has a picture of Nigel Lawson in his study. He ought to read Lawson, because Lawson's view on forecasts, economic forecasts of any sort, whether they were pseudo-economic or pseudo-technical nonsense. He did not believe in forecasts, and we would do much to learn from him. Because I think the whole British establishment is suffering from a collective delusion in the amount of authority it rests in what the OBR does, and in fact what all government forecasting does. Let me give the House some examples. The Bank of England's forecast failed to predict the worst inflation crisis in modern times. In 2022, the OBR's UK borrowing forecast was over 100 billion off the mark. 100 billion. Last year, the ONS, not in forecasting, just in measuring, announced revisions which added 50 billion to the size of the British economy. Pamela Gordon turned around and said they've completely rewritten the story of post-COVID Britain, which they did. And a new report on the OBR suggested that since 2010, the combined total of OBR's errors in growth forecasts aggregates to over 500 billion, and its errors in forecasting public sector debt accumulate to over 600 billion. This is the mechanism that chancellors are using to decide how much tax they can afford to cut. And it works to remind people that the fiscal rule is that we should see a reduction in the percentage of the economy, in 2029. That's a difference between two guesses. It's not a rational way to run an economy at all.
Well,
I will give away.
Great to give away. I particularly was struck by the change to capital gains tax and the reference to LAFCO. But does he agree with me that it's disappointing the OBR particularly still does not appear to look at dynamic impacts of tax changes in a way I think is essential for the future?
Well, you're entirely right, but
Order. Just before we move on, I think interventions are absolutely marvellous. However, those who have spoken, do be conscious that we are trying to get everybody in with equal time. And my advice remains 6 minutes per speaker. So David Davis, who will notice that he's slightly over that now.
I'll ask him to say, I'll cut what I was going to say about productivity. Given the issues we have, one of the rules that used to apply in this House was we had something a general amendment arrangement after the budget. That disappeared in 2017, which means that we cannot change the budget except in very, very narrow ways. And what this might almost have been a point of order, Madam Deputy Speaker, rather than part of the speech, but I'm going to make a plea to the members on the front bench to ask the Chancellor whether we can have a general amendment arrangement at the end of this budget.
Sammy Wilson.
Speaker, I suspect that from the speeches on the other side of the House that whilst members have given some welcome to this budget, there is still a great deal of disquiet about it, because I'm sure that all of the members on the other side were hoping that the Chancellor would come out with a budget which was a Conservative budget, which gave them a banner under which they could march towards a general election. And instead, quite frankly, we have got what could only be described as an old Mother Hubbard budget. Because whilst the Chancellor would have loved to have thrown bones to the electorate, nice juicy bones that they could bite on and then be happy to vote for the Conservative Party at the next election, in effect, the cupboard is bare. And the cupboard is bare not because of past governments' mismanagement. The cupboard is bare because of this management of the government which has been in power for 14 years. From costly lockdowns which are badly thought out and the economic consequences never thought of, to the ongoing billions being spent on net zero in the belief that somehow or other we can alter the world's climate, to the failed opportunities which Brexit gave, and to the staggering tax burden under which the economy is now stumbling and therefore has not been able to grow. All of that is a result of decisions that were made by the government, and this budget is a manifestation of the consequences of that. When we look at the detail of the budget, at first sight it seems that maybe there is much good in it. The national insurance contribution reduction, until we remember that the figures in the Red Book and the OBR figures show that the impact of that is wiped out by the stealth tax which is imposed on the UK population as a result of not moving tax thresholds. Even when we look at the VAT lift for small businesses from 80,000 to 85,000, it doesn't even begin to take into consideration the inflationary impact that there has been over the period in which that limit has been in place. Or the child benefit changes from 50,000 to 60,000. Had inflation been been accounted for, that should have been lifted to 62,500. So stealth taxes are still being imposed, even though they're presented as improvements. And I welcome the fact that some small businesses will be lifted out of the VAT tax threshold. I welcome the fact that people will have less national insurance contributions, and that squeezed middle-income families will have additional money, which hopefully will encourage them to go into work. But the fact of the matter is that once the headline is stripped away, one sees that this budget is not quite as generous and the bones are not quite as juicy as what the Chancellor would have us believe. I want to just mention a couple of specific things in relation to Northern Ireland. First of all, I welcome the Barnett consequences for Northern Ireland, the fact that the town fund has been extended to Coleraine, and I will be interested to see how the global trade arrangements help firms in my part of the United Kingdom to expand their export potential. But underlying the difficulties which are being faced by the renewed Stormont Assembly, I know that in the past they could be criticised because they didn't take tough decisions. Successive Sinn Féin ministers, and we've had 3 of them in the Department of Finance, did not even bring forward a budget that could be agreed. and allowed spending to get out of control. But the fact of the matter is that the funding formula, and the Treasury accept this, the funding formula applied to Northern Ireland is different than the funding formula which applies to Scotland and Wales, and has led to a huge fiscal gap. And I don't believe that it isn't that one part of the United Kingdom should be treated differently in this way. And it's disappointing to see that in the budget that has not been addressed. The second thing I would say is I do welcome the fuel allowance and the fact that we have not had an increase in the fuel allowance because, of course, Northern Ireland being much more rural and reliant more on private transport in the form of lorries to bring goods in and take goods out, fuel duty would have added significantly to costs and to inflation. The government has, in the budget, talked about new capital allowances. I trust that the capital allowances will be applied on HMRC. And I think this is something the Chancellor should be looking at. Well, the government makes these policy announcements. When it comes to HMRC implementing them, it sometimes doesn't work the same on the ground. In the last budget, research and development allowances were given. Hundreds of firms have been turned down for those allowances on the basis that they didn't comply or whatever. And one wonders, does Treasury take a different view than the government? Let's not lose too much revenue and let's make the process much more difficult. In finishing, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I just say that I think that as a result of bad management, there's been little room for manoeuvre. And I think that the great concern, whether it's another Conservative government or a Labour government, is that this budget lays up and stores huge problems for the future in costs which are going to explode and in unresolved compensation issues as well, which will still have to be paid.
Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman, the member for East Antrim, and particularly my right honourable friend, the member for Halton Price and Howden, who made such a very important speech, particularly in his references to the OBR. And I think it was telling that the Chancellor started his speech by pointing out, at least inadvertently, it wasn't a deliberate attack, but how many things the OBR has got wrong. And this is a real problem for policy making, because we look at these forecasts as if they are holy writ, as if they are authoritative, as if they will be right, and then we make decisions on comparatively small amounts, assuming that the forecasts are fundamentally right, and so that when it all adds up, it all adds up. But of course, it doesn't. So let's look at the increase from £85,000 to £90,000 in VAT. This is an absolutely splendid policy, a really fundamentally good policy. It makes life easier for small businesses and is thoroughly welcome. And it costs £150 million. Now, this, out of a budget of £1.216 trillion, is 0.01%. It is utterly trivial, and yet the government doesn't go further because it says it can't afford it. Well, yes, of course it can, because this level is a rounding error within the whole total of what the government is doing. And unfortunately, that is the problem of this whole approach. In as far as it goes, it is perfectly good. And the economic circumstances have been tricky. There was £400 billion spent in support over COVID, which was, I think, the right thing to have done. But what we need to be doing is not the nickel and diming that is being done at the moment, but to look at the fundamentals of where our tax and spend policy is. That 1.216 trillion pounds is 44.5% of GDP that we are spending. That is too much. It is more than the country can afford. And that's the starting point, because from that it means we're taxing too much. And I believe there is a report in the Daily Telegraph that says that we will not quite reach the tax as a percentage of GDP that we did in 1948. We will just have swerved our highest tax level in the post-war period. But that is because we are spending too much, and we need to get spending under control. So I think it was a pity that the Chancellor stuck with the 1% real terms increase in public expenditure. We should be making public expenditure flat in real terms, and we need to recognise that the best way to afford public expenditure is through economic growth. And it is a matter for rejoicing. I know that the people in North East Somerset will be delighted that at last, and the Chancellor mentioned this himself, the OBR and the Bank of England and the Treasury have been willing to look at a particular tax and see if cutting it makes things better. So the 28 to 24% on property, and I do own properties, so I refer to my register of interests, may be beneficial to me personally, but it shows that LAFA works when even the Treasury and the OBR come round to thinking about it. But where else could that be done? The Honourable Gentleman, the member for Solihull, mentioned the tourist tax. Now, the tourist tax is the easiest tax for the government to have got rid of. We know, all the evidence is there, that it costs the economy and the Treasury money. And yet it ploughs ahead with this obstinate view that a tax rate produces a set amount of tax which we know to be false. Otherwise, go back to 1979 when 98% tax rates raised much less money than 40% tax rates ultimately did. And this is why I'm not at all keen on the attack on non-doms. Yeah, exactly. Well said. The OBR forecast expects 350,000 immigrants to come to this country net every year to 2028-29. That is built into their forecasts. We need to get control of that. We need to get control of people who are coming in and undercutting the British workforce and lowering wages in things like social care. That's right. On the other hand, we want as many billionaires who are willing to come because they are very small in number and they contribute very largely to the economy. Attacking them, making it harder for them, may be some means of stealing the Labour Party's clothes, but is not good economic policy. Of course I give way to my right-hand friend.
Doubly so because other countries, post-Brexit, particularly France, have actively set out to drag those billionaires into their own countries.
France, Italy, Portugal, our oldest ally. Yes, absolutely. Other countries are competing for the very rich who will go there rather than coming here. I'm also not in favour of the extra tax on oil companies. We need more oil and gas. One of the reasons our productivity has been low and our economy stagnant compared to the United States is our much higher energy prices. We need to wean ourselves from the green ideology, which is making us cold and poor. It is one of the biggest factors in undermining economic growth in the last 15 years, and we shouldn't be attacking the oil companies. We should be welcoming them and encouraging them. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the time limit is very tight, but there is good news that members of this House will like to know that the finance bill is unlimited. So I look forward to resuming my comments when the finance bill comes to its second reading.
Dame Diana Johnson.
You'll be surprised to know that I won't be talking about billionaires, but I will be talking about ordinary people who live in my constituency of Hull North and how this budget provides very little for them. It also provides very little investment, which we are desperately in need of in Hull and the Humber. And it exposes, I think, the reality of what levelling up actually means for the North as we come to the end of this Parliament. It's trifling, it's not transformative. The government talked about, the Chancellor mentioned today, Canary Wharf. That's an area that I don't think is in need of levelling up. But if you look at the Hull and East Riding's devolution deal, which comes with a headline-catching funding of 400 million, but spread over 30 years, that's 13.3 million a year shared between two councils. Nowhere near reversing Hull's loss of 111 million a year since 2010. And in direct contrast to the government's economic transformation and integration deal with Rwanda, which comes with at least 370 million over 5 years, averaging £74 million a year for levelling up in Rwanda. I want to focus the main part of my contribution this afternoon on what's not in the bill,
and that's any compensation for the infected blood victims. This is despite 118 members of Parliament, 10 parties represented in those 118, who wrote to the Chancellor last week asking him to make an announcement on the allocation of funding for those people. And it also comes after this House defeated the government in December by voting to set up a compensation body in the Victim and Prisoners Bill.
Could you take a brief intervention?
I will. Yeah.
Could I congratulate her on her excellent work on behalf of all our constituents on the contaminated blood? Would she agree with me that for children who've watched their parents go through this, it's very, very heartbreaking?
Yeah. The Honourable Lady, who's also campaigned over the years, makes a very good point, and I'm going to come on to that. What we do know is that ministers received the final recommendations on compensation from Sir Brian Langstaff in April 2023. They'd also received the framework compensation document from Sir Robert Francis in April 2022 to allow them to prepare for compensation to be paid. But today, there's not even an allocation for further interim payments to alleviate the immediate suffering of those who've lost parents, who've lost children, and children who've lost parents. I want to give you an example of what that looks like. The case of Sam Rushby, whose entire family, mum, dad, and 3-month-old baby sister, all died from AIDS by the time that Sam was 3 years old. He has received no compensation, and he would benefit from the interim payments that Sir Brian Langstaff has recommended the government to pay. Paragraph 3.45 on page 77 of the OBR document confirms that they have not been able to take into account plans for compensation for contaminated blood victims, as no money has been identified by the Treasury to pay that compensation. I have to say to the OBR as well, they seem to have missed the point that Sir Brian has already made his final recommendations on compensation, and the government don't need to wait until May to decide what to do next. I also just want to refer to the Chancellor and his views and how they've evolved over time. On the 21st of June 2019, Anne Doricott, the widow of the Chancellor's late constituent Mike Doricott, who died because of the infected blood scandal, said in giving evidence at the infected blood inquiry how her husband was told in February 2014 by the now Chancellor, "Don't worry about it, we'll sort it." On the 27th of July 2022, the Chancellor told the Infected Blood Inquiry that it could be seen as a huge failing of democracy that victims had waited so long for justice. Writing on the 3rd of August 2022 with 2 fellow former health secretaries, the current Chancellor wrote to the government after the first interim report from the Infected Blood Inquiry, which set out that government should pay interim payments. They said this: "The victims and their families deserve nothing other than the complete and immediate acceptance of Sir Brian's recommendation. To refuse to do so would simply continue the injustice thus far handed out by the state to a group of innocent victims condemned to years of suffering and neglect." They continued, any delay to pay, for instance, by arguing that we need to wait for the inquiry to finish, for a new Prime Minister or for Parliament to return, will sadly almost certainly see more of the victims die before they see justice. By the time the Chancellor appeared at the public inquiry on the 28th of July 2023, his views had changed. He said this: "It's a very uncomfortable thing for me to say, but I can't ignore the economic and fiscal context because in the end, you know, the country only has the money that it has. And I can't give a sense as to timescales. To play politics with victims of the infected blood scandal is frankly unforgivable. Those infected and affected are not responsible for the economic state of this country. The government have already accepted the moral case for paying compensation." Can I just say in conclusion that the approach that ministers are taking, I believe, is tin-eared. No allocation in this budget for compensation, telling us that they are working at pace but not meeting with any of those infected or affected, not taking soundings from any of the campaign groups, hiring experts to advise ministers and refusing to give the names of those people, decisions taken behind closed doors. This is not the way to treat people who have suffered and been dismissed and ignored for decades. It is a shameful way this government is behaving.
Suella Braverman.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise to welcome